Good morning, everyone. I trust you are all staying safe. Welcome to today's meeting. I am going to send the live stream link to the WhatsApp platforms now. So just a minute. Just a minute. You are welcome to the Space Summit. Just a minute. Welcome. So you're welcome, you're welcome, you're welcome. You are welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Today is day 2 of the Space Science in Education Summit. And we are starting right away. So the live stream link is going to be in the classes shortly. We have it posted. Join via the live stream. Join via the live stream. Join via the live stream. So I'm making the live stream link available to you all. If you are unable to join the Zoom, everyone is to join via the live stream. Everyone is to join via the live stream. So the link has been sent and we are starting in earnest. We are starting by taking the national anthem. We are starting by taking the national anthem. So shall we? Those of us in the Zoom class, we are starting by taking the national anthem. Please confirm to me in the chat that you can hear me. Please confirm to me. I'm checking out to see that you can hear me. Can you hear me, please? Let me know in the chat that you can hear me. Let me know in the chat that you can hear me. Let me know in the chat that you can hear me. Okay, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So right about now, we'll take the national anthem. I will share my screen so that you can see the lyrics of the national anthem. So I'll share my screen now. Can you see my screen? Please confirm to me that you can see my screen as we take the national anthem. All right, let's go. Now Jesus our hearts to sing the sovereign of the land. And God grants this our request. God has to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so it is and plenty. Nigeria, so we will now take the profile of our various speakers. Yesterday, we had Mrs. Casey Hines, who was with us and who spoke with us on, can anyone drop the topic in the chats? Can you hear me now? I'm seeing here that you can't hear me. How about now? Okay. Screen sharing has stopped. Can you hear me now? I am guessing the network fluctuates from time to time, right? Today, we have a lineup of speakers, and I am going to read their profile Right. So I'm keeping an eye on the chat. Please confirm to me that I can see my screen. Can you see my screen? All right. Let me confirm that I can see my screen. Great. Okay, can you see my screen? It's clear now. You can hear me. Awesome. Okay. So I'm going to be reading the profile of today's of the speakers so that let me take the profile of the speakers so far. This is Casey Hines. She was with us yesterday, right? Casey Hines was with us yesterday, and she spoke about what? Can you chat in the comments what she spoke about? What stood out for you? What stood out for you? What stood out for you? Who is Casey Hines? Who is Casey Hines? Can someone tell me? I'm looking into the charts to check what your responses are. Casey Hines' topic was about integrating space science into existing subjects. That was the topic of her presentation, integrating space science into existing subjects. Integrating space science into existing subjects. So let's hear about Casey. Please confirm to me that you can hear me. Check to see that you can hear me. Great. So Casey Hines serves as the executive director at the Limitless Space Institute, LSI, a non-profit organization dedicated to inspiring and educating future generations to travel beyond our solar system. LSI also supports the research and development of enabling technologies to enable such exploration. Her focus has been on propelling LSI forward in the realm of advanced power propulsion systems for spacecraft. With over 20 years in the education field, she is focused on STEM outreach and education through the lens of space exploration. Throughout her career, Casey has participated in numerous immersive STEM and space learning experiences that have profoundly shaped her perspective on the integration of space education. These include participating in 20G flights, carrying student experiments, overseeing two student experiments that launched to the International Space Station, and coordinating a multitude of high-altitude balloon launches, which transported students' experiments to the stratosphere. Deeply rooted in her beliefs, Casey sees space exploration as an impactful learning tool for both students and educators in the realm of space education. She believes that the foundation of inspiring the future STEM workforce and space explorers lies in nurturing educators who are passionate, well-informed, and confident in their teachings. This belief is deeply intertwined with the mission of the Limitless Space Institute, which is dedicated to supporting research and development in advancing spacecraft power and propulsion technologies. Casey identifies the importance of LSI's role, not just in pushing the boundaries of space exploration, but also in serving as a beacon for educational innovation. The pathway to cultivate the next wave of innovators is deeply rooted in offering students hands-on experiences that connect closely with real-world scientific breakthroughs, particularly in the exciting domain of space technology. She often asserts that the true ignition of a student's passion and curiosity can only be achieved when educators themselves are equipped with the right knowledge, skills, and enthusiasm. Casey obtained a Bachelor of Science in Elementary Education and a Master of Arts in Secondary Education from Southeast Missouri State University. So let me check the charts to see what we are into existing subject. Awesome. Good job, good job, good job. I want you to use the chat for me so that I know the chats, the comments, the comment boxes, so that I know I'm not just speaking to myself. So I am sharing with you Casey's profile, right? Can you still hear me? On the live stream, I'm checking to see that those of you on the live stream can hear me, right? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Let me know if you can hear me before I continue. Let me know if you can hear me before I continue. Oh, loud and clear. Well done. Loud and clear. Loud and clear. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So Casey had what is it now? In secondary education, right? And she has won several awards for her work, including the Alan Shepard Technology in Education Award, the AIAA Educator Achievement Award, the ISS National Lab Exceptional Educator Award, and the Air Force Association's National Teacher of the Year Award. That is who Casey is. Right, let's move on to Dr. Tola Salau. And so let's talk about Dr. Tola Salau. Can anyone remember the topic of Dr. Tola Salau's presentation yesterday? Can someone remind us? I'm checking the charts. Let's see who gets that answer correctly first. Who's the first person to get that right? These charts, those joining us on the live stream, make sure you are chatting, was the topic of her presentation yesterday. Setting up team club in school. Now, that was not the topic. So that was not the topic. Good try. Anybody else? So her topic was reach for the stars, building space clubs in your schools. Reach for the stars, building space clubs in your schools. Can you hear me? Somebody can type that in the comments. Reach for the stars, building space clubs in your schools. So who is Dr. Tola Salau? Dr. Tola Salau is a social innovator. So one moment and I will give you her profile shortly. Can someone type the topic of our presentation? In the comments. I'm checking this comment to see that you are engaging and you are taking advantage of the lessons you are learning. Let me see what you have in the comments. And I hope you are ready with your questions. If you are with us on the live stream, can you type Dr. Tola Salau's topic? I just gave you a clue. Right, Yemi Aguru got that. Chukwueke Christiana, well done. Well done. So let's meet Dr. Tola Salau to know who she is. So Dr. Adetola Salau is a social innovator. If at any point in time you can't hear me, please let me know so that I will not just keep rambling on and on. So Dr. Adetola Salau is a social innovator and educator passionate about applying STEM skills to break the cycle of poverty in Africa. She desires to prepare African students for the future by innovating solutions that will propel their economic prosperity. She has a BSc in chemistry honors Fordham, an MSc in engineering management, and another MSc in chemical engineering from Syracuse University. She has a PhD in curriculum instruction and the science of learning from the University at Buffalo State University of New York. She partook in the 2018 spring cohort of the MIT Innovation and Entrepreneurship Bootcamp. She was part of a global advisory group with the Smithsonian Science Institute on STEM Education for Sustainable Development. She is a Moving Worlds Institute Fellow. She was also selected to be one of the inaugural fellows, HP Cambridge Partnership for Education Technology for African Educational Leaders in July 2023. Adetola is the author of 10 books on STEM education, including Reengineering Minds for Innovative Thinking and Future Readiness in Education, and is also a contributor to several journals and opinion aids. She is also the recipient of several scholarships and awards, including the LAI Research Excellence Award from the Learning and Instruction Department, State University of New York, Buffalo, International Internship Universities Africa Award for Excellence 2022, and lots more. She began her career as a public school teacher in New York. In 2016, she founded Charisma for You Educational Foundation as a way of advocating for STEM education with a focus on STEM education programs to help young people embrace STEM subjects as critical tools for improving lives, driving development in low-income communities, especially girls. Dr. Adetola Salau is currently the Special Advisor on Education, Policy Formulation, and Human Capital Development to the Executive Governor of Kwara State. She was the Senior Special Assistant on Education to the Governor of Lagos State, Nigeria, 2020 to 2023. She aspires to continue to be a leading force in education reformation in Nigeria and Africa, specifically in STEM. That is the profile of Dr. Adetola Salau. Right. Today's lineup of speakers, I will take the profiles of today's lineup of speakers and then we will continue. I want to see that you are engaging in the comment section. Engaging in the comment section. So you see that the people, the facilitators and speakers at this training, I would not be able to afford to pay their fees if I was to pay. But these are wonderful people who have graciously rendered this service to you, to us, to ensure that we deliver the best to our students. Right. Please keep using the chat, the chat, the chat, the chat, the chat. The next profile. The next profile I will be reading up is the profile of So let's read the next profile. Adeola Akinsulure. Adeola Akinsulure. Who is Adeola Akinsulure? Can someone remind us about the topic of our presentation yesterday? Let me see what you have in the chats about the topic of Adeola's presentation. Let's see what we have in the chats. What was the topic of Adeola's presentation? What was the topic of? Let's see who gets that first. Banjo Deborah. I'm going to note your name. Banjo Deborah. I have some gifts that have been, we as teachers, if we say that we are teaching and our students are not listening attentively, there's a way we can know. Sometimes learning is not just about uh, just it's not just about we come and we say today's topic is this. So many things can be implied during the the talk, such that if you are not listening, you will not be able to get it. Ah, okay, so we have in before we go on to that, we have the Director of Sustainability, Titilope Oguntuga. So I'm going to stop sharing my slides and let her in. Okay, we have, so I'm going to let her in. Hmm. Yeah. We have Mrs. Titilope Oguntuga in the building. Welcome, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am. We have Mrs. Titilope. Okay, so Mrs. Titilope is in now, and she's connecting to the audio. Please unmute Mrs. Titilope. Can you hear us, Mrs. Titilope? I'm guessing that the audio is the audio possibly due to the network or something. Ms. Titilope, if you are speaking, we can't hear you. Mrs. Titilope. Mrs. Titilope is the Director of Sustainability, IHS Nigeria. She's here with us, but we can't hear what she's saying. I can't hear what she's saying. Mrs. Titilope, if you are speaking, I can't hear you. Mrs. Titilope, if you are speaking, we can't hear you. What could be the matter? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm guessing that the network, or what could be the matter? Can hear me? Mrs. Titilope Oguntuga it's just, yes. Mrs. Titilope, they are speaking. We can't hear you. Okay. Mrs. Titilope, can you unmute so that you can speak?
Hello, good morning, and I hope that you can hear me.
Yes, we can now.
Okay. It's my pleasure to be here this morning. I'm sorry I don't have access to turn on my video, so I would just speak on, hoping that you all can hear me. It's my pleasure to be here today on behalf of IHS Nigeria Limited. And I must commend you, our dearest Dr. Banke, for putting this together, and of course being an innovator, even as Nigeria is yearning for new creative ways of doing things. So it's my pleasure to be here this morning. Distinguished guests, esteemed educators, and future leaders, if we have any in our midst. It's an honor to sit, because I'm sitting before you today to discuss a topic of not just a close interest to my heart, but also critical to the future of our dear nation, Nigeria. Focusing on empowering educators to cultivate the next generation of innovators. And as we gather here, I know that we have a 3-day stretch. We are reminded of the immense potential that lies within our classrooms and the transformative power that education has. Today, and as we go on, I want to explore how we can harness the potential to inspire creativity, foster critical thinking, and nurture innovation to address our unique challenges as a nation. I'll take us back a bit, and I'd like to share a bit of the highlights from IHS Nigeria's or IHS Tower's partnership with the Limitless Space Institute in 2024. We all understand that we're in a rapidly changing and growing world. And what that means is that the lines between borders, have become more blurred, and all the walls that used to be barriers, have now been broken down through technology. And on that premise, it is important that we ignite or reignite our commitment to raising a generation of globally competitive future leaders in Nigeria. And that also has the potential for us to export, quality people from Nigeria to the world. This is one of the reasons why IHS Towers partnered with the Limitless Space Institute in the United States to provide resources, learning aids, and supporting structures to bridge the educational divide. As an organization, we at IHS are committed to education, and as a matter of fact, it's one of our core sustainability pillars. But not just education, STEM, and many of us are familiar with STEM: science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And what this partnership with the Limitless Space Institute did was to not just provide educational benefits, but they also had some other benefits, such as fostering cultural integration, because we had situations where through virtual sessions like this, students could meet, students from other countries of the world. We could help to reshape narratives a bit, especially for many of the people who live in the United States who think, for example, that Africa is a country and not a continent. And, a few other things, and of course, gender and digital inclusion. And we're able to create experiences that we are sure would last a lifetime, not only for the beneficiaries of that intervention, but also for their students. Like I mentioned, the world is rapidly changing. But even as the world changes, the type of challenges that we face, are also changing. And so, whether in technology, in healthcare, in agriculture, or even in environmental sustainability, whatever we are faced with in terms of challenges, there's a common theme that would address those challenges, and it is the need or the demand for innovative solutions. Our ability to adapt and thrive in this dynamic landscape depends on our commitment to education and, of course, the empowerment of our educators. Permit me for a bit to highlight, the importance of cultivating, or how we can better cultivate, a culture of innovation in the classroom. And this is important because the learning environment is one environment that sticks with, students or pupils for a significant part of their lifetime. And so it's important that we all as educators, create that environment that encourages exploration and creativity, but also, ensures that students are able to think more critically, think out of the box, or in certain cases, we say there are no boxes, and just, have that open mind to understand that the possibilities are limitless. Some of the strategies that I'd like to share with us are one, adopting project based learning, which enables us to encourage students to engage in hands on projects that address many of the real world problems. This approach does not only foster critical thinking, but also allows students to collaborate and apply their knowledge in practical ways. The second is integrating technology. And we know that technology is an enabler. So, how do we better leverage technology as a tool for learning? We can by incorporating digital resources, online collaboration tools, and several other options like coding and programming to enable us equip the students with the skills they need to thrive in a world that is now powered and driven by technology. My third recommended strategy is interdisciplinary learning, breaking down the silos between subjects. And I think that gone are the days when we used to think physics, was one science subject, biology another, social studies. Those silos need to be broken down, because when we begin to create a shift in the way that we are thinking, especially as it relates to curriculum, we are able to better encourage students to make connections between disciplines and foster a more holistic understanding of the complex issues, which enables, the promotion of innovative thinking. And then finally, we all are not going to do white collar jobs. It is important that we begin to think of innovation as an opportunity to further entrench entrepreneurship in our society. With this, we can introduce to students entrepreneurial concepts and practices and encourage them to identify problems in their communities whilst developing innovative solutions. What this helps to do is, it does not only nurture creativity, but also instills a sense of responsibility, stewardship, and leadership in the students. As I wrap up, I know that we're all looking to the future. And when we embrace innovation, it means we're embracing sustainability. We cannot overemphasize your role as educators being catalysts for change. We must all remember that the key to unlocking Nigeria's potential lies in our hands as educators, and that through collaboration, the right initiatives, and support resources, we can cultivate a generation of innovators who will drive our nation forward. Together, we can inspire our students to dream big, think critically, and innovate boldly. The future of Nigeria depends on their success, and it definitely starts with us by empowering each and every one of us for today, for a brighter future and a brighter tomorrow. And so, my call to action on my chat to us all this morning is that we must embrace the responsibility to equip our students with the knowledge and skills necessary to drive a sustainable future for Nigeria. Thank you very much, and it's my pleasure to be here with you again today.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Titilope. We appreciate the fact that you took time off your busy schedule to join us on this training. Thank you very much. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you all.
Welcome. Right, so we'll be moving on to the next speaker who will be coming up shortly. Before he comes up, I would like to share his profile. I would like to read his profile. Who can guess who our next speaker is. So in just reflecting on what Mrs. Titilope just shared, can you leave in the comments what stood out for you? What stood out for you? Leave in the comments what stood out for you. What did she say that you are going to take back to class to implement? Please confirm that you can see my screen. And while you're on that, I want you to leave comments about what you think she said that struck a chord in you. Aramide Olabulu. Olabulu, sorry. Aramide, I see your comments. Fantastic. Aramide Olabulo, I'm going to post the names I'm noting. So if we say we are teachers, we should also be people who listen attentively, right? And who can make good use of the information we have. So I want you to keep leaving in the comments the things that struck out for you, because as you put it down, the others are also learning. There are people who may have network issues, and once they come to the comments afterwards, they can catch up. We are in a changing world. We should equip our students to match with the change. Fantastic comments from Chukwueke Christiana Ifedima. Did you hear that? We are in a changing world, and we should equip our students to match with the change. Banjo Deborah says, what stood out for me is the importance of cultivating a culture of innovation. The importance of cultivating a culture of innovation. Omotosho Mary says, being innovative, thereby introducing creativity and entrepreneurship, whereby students will be empowered to. We should now be empowering our students, not just for what have you now, not just for them to read and pass WAEC. That is something, it's important that they have all A's in their WAEC, right? Don't get me wrong. But beyond that, how are they able to provide solutions? So now I am going to take, well done. I'll take more comments later. Let's hear the profile of Dr. Kayode Adewale. He is a Fulbright Fellow, Fulbright Teaching Excellence Achievement Award for teachers, a limitless global science education
How else did this by the door? Yes. Near the guy. Yes, sir.
Is he talking now again?
Why you always arranging this by the door? Sir. We don't have.
Otherwise, then would all this noise.
Thank you, sir. Let me to say thank you. Thank you, sir. You see, we should manage this place. Judging from where we are coming from, sir, this is heaven. So thank you. Sir, your company will not burn. Sir, your business will go run down. Sir, God will bless you.
It's okay, madam. It's okay. It's okay.
Is it video?
What's going on? Can't hear you again. It is well. Can you hear me, please? That's our dear network for you. I trust that. Awesome. We will have students. We are going to be raising students in our classes who will solve this. They will be innovators that can provide solutions to the issue of network when we use our internet connection. All right? Okay. So we said that Mr. Adewale Kayode will be speaking to us, and I was going to read his profile, and I saw in the comments that we cannot hear me. Let me share my screen. Let me see. Just take some comments. Thank you for your understanding. Awesome. So you can hear me now. So I'm going to share my. So please confirm to me that you can see my screen. Please confirm to me that you can see my screen. Please confirm to me that I can see my screen. So I'll take the profile. I wanted to check whether you can see my screen. Let me check. You can hear me loud and clear. Awesome. Please engage in the chat so that I will know if anything goes wrong. All right. Can you still hear me? Let me see. Okay. Let me stop share and restart again. Okay, so I stopped share. So I can restart again. Oh, great. So I want to talk about the profile of Mr. Adewale Kayode. Profile of Mr. Adewale Kayode. That's Erika Sheffield. Okay, this is Mr. Adewale Kayode. And the topic of Mr. Adewale Kayode's presentation is using technology to teach space science. What did I say? Can you repeat? Let me see what you say in the, let me read what you say in the comments about is what you'll be talking about. Let's see our YouTube friends. Let's see what they have there. Okay. Great job, Naomi. Let me give you awesome. Okay, so here's a profile of Mr. Dr. Adewale Kayode. Dr. Adewale Kayode is a distinguished educator and advocate for transformative learning in Nigeria. He was named a top 50 finalist for the GEMS Education Global Teacher Prize by the Barkey Foundation in collaboration with UNESCO, recognizing his outstanding contributions to education. In recognition of his impact, His Excellency Prince Dapo Abiodun, MFR, appointed him as the Ogun State Education Ambassador on January 21, 2025. Dr. Adewale earned his doctorate in educational evaluation on February 5, 2025, with a groundbreaking thesis titled Development and Validation of Technology-Assisted Instructional Management Systems. Technology-Assisted Instructional Management Solutions for Efficient Instructional Delivery of Secondary School Teachers. I'll take that again. His groundbreaking thesis titled Development and Validation of Technology-Assisted Instructional Management Solutions for Efficient Instructional Delivery of Secondary School Teachers. His research conducted in partnership with EduTams, the company that sponsored his PhD, led to the creation of an innovative instructional delivery solution aimed at enhancing teaching effectiveness. His work aligns with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, goal number 4, quality education, reinforcing his commitment to inclusive, equitable, and high-quality education. Dr. Adewale firmly believes that every child, regardless of background or location, deserves access to quality learning experiences. To achieve this, he integrates 21st century skills, modern teaching tools, and digital resources in his pedagogy, fostering greater student engagement and interactive learning. Born and raised in Agoiboye on June 8, 1984, Dr. Adewale began his educational journey at Imososi Methodist Primary School, where he obtained his first school leaving certificate. He later attended Abobi Comprehensive High School, Agoiboye, where he earned his senior secondary school certificate. I'll pause here now and I will ask a few questions. Let me know whether you were listening or I was just on my own. When did Dr. Adewale obtain his PhD? What was the date? What was the date? Put it in the comments. Let me see the first person to get it. I'm watching out for your comments. Let me see what you have here. Olalekan Awolaja is the first. Let me check on the YouTube. Let's see who is the first person to get it. Let me see. Let's see on the YouTube channel. Another question. What is the title of Dr. Adewale's thesis? What is the title of Dr. Adewale's thesis? Let's see if we get that first. What is the title of Dr. Adewale's thesis? Okay, let me see who was the first person to get it here. On the YouTube channel, the first person to get the answer is Miriam Morenike. Miriam Morenike. Okay. Miriam Morenike, well done. Another question. That's not fully, should be fully stated. Let's give you another question. What was his recent achievements? Which organization? In which organization did he obtain his recent achievements? When we talked about top 50. Top 50. Okay. So I will continue with this profile. United Nations. Oh, Lord. Okay. Okay. So moving on, I was saying that he was born and raised where? Where was he born and raised? Agoiwoye. That's who was the first person to answer in the Okay. I'm seeing your comments. I'm seeing your comments. Christiana even mentioned the year. That's a fantastic skill we should also incorporate in our students, the ability to listen attentively. Let me see who got it first here. Background, gender, and location. Great. Miriam Morenike also. Wow. Not UNESCO. Not UNESCO. It was top 50 finalists in that, there's a name for that award. There's a name where it was selected as top 50 finalists. But then before we come up with, so the answer is development and validation of technology-assisted instructional management solutions for efficient instructional delivery of secondary school teachers. Somebody just mentioned it. Banjo Deborah, you are getting really, really, you are going to get gifts for your, they are physical gifts. I don't know how we are going to ship it down to you though, but we'll work around it. So we said that he was born and raised in Agoiwoye, right? And he began his educational journey at Imososi Methodist Primary School, where he obtained his first school leaving certificate. He later attended Abobi Comprehensive High School, Agoiwoye, where he earned his senior secondary school certificate with a passion for educational reform and a vision for technology-driven learning. Dr. Adewale continues to champion innovative teaching strategies, empowering both educators and students to thrive in a rapidly evolving world. So you see, you cannot remove the place of technology. All that we are doing right now, we have had to leverage on technology to educate ourselves and bring this training to you. So it is important that we are also championing innovative teaching strategies with our students so that they can thrive in a rapidly evolving world. So I would check to see whether Dr. Kayode is in the building. Let me see. Dr. Kayode is in the building. Let me stop share and check. Dr. Kayode has a very long profile, like a brief profile. That brief profile. If we start reading it, I don't know when we are going to finish. So, our Dr. Kayode is coming up next. I'm wondering. Let me. Dr. Kayode is in the building. Thinking he's setting up. Dr. Kayode, if you can hear me, please speak. Dr. Kayode, are you able to speak? Okay, while Dr. Kayode is getting ready to let me share let me share my screen so that we can take profiles. Sometimes network can be pretty unpleasant. Please confirm to me in the chat that you can see me. And I mean, you can hear me. Confirm that you can hear me. So the men of timber and caliber that we have come together to bring this training to you, distinguished colleagues, you can attest to the fact that these are not people who just, these are people who are interested in our economic prosperity, our development as a nation, that we can do these things through our inspiring the future leaders, right? So I'm in the chats. Oh, thank you. Great, great, great. Great to know that you can hear me. So I want to read the profile of Laura. Laura is going to be speaking to us about teaching space science with limited resources. Many of the teachers yesterday were saying that, where do we get the money? We have an environment that is inconducive. I mean, we have 1,001 reasons why these things may not be possible. But I can tell you for free that if educators like myself and all these colleagues that have brought together, if we could do this, despite the limited resources we had, then you can be sure that you can do same too, right? You can be sure that you can do same too. So Laura's topic is space education using limited resources. Laura's topic is space education using limited resources. Space education using limited resources, because when we were planning this program, we know the peculiarities of the situation we have found ourselves in, and we know that it's not always easy for us as teachers. Teachers do a lot, and we put all these things into consideration, right? So here is Laura, a Brazilian who is from Brazil. She graduated in biology at the University of Sao Paulo in the year 2018. She started in the area of education by teaching English after graduating. In 2021, she was approved as science teacher in her hometown, Chapadão do Sul. I hope I got that right. As a public server. She has always tried to improve her teacher skills, by using more active methods of education, and has fallen in love with STEAM approach and space education. During the year 2024, she was selected to be one of the 10 Limitless Global Educators by the Limitless Space Institute program sponsored by the IHS Towers, along with 9 other Brazilian teachers and 10 Nigerian teachers. So she'll be sharing with us today on the topic I already mentioned. Laura is already in the building. Distinguished noble colleagues, I'd like you with a warm applause, chat, warm applause. Let's welcome Laura Broncano. Laura, if you can hear me, you can unmute and
Hi.
Laura, welcome.
Yes, hi. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, and noble colleagues can hear you too.
Hey, good. Hello. Good afternoon for you guys. It's morning here in Brazil. I'm so excited. Hi.
Can you hear us?
What?
Can you hear?
Yes, I can.
Right.
Okay. So my camera is not open, right?
Do you want to share your slides?
Yes, please.
You can share from your end, right?
Wait, I'm not. Wait. I'm having trouble with the Zoom app. Wait. You can open my camera so people can actually see me, so it's not a blank before I get
Good.
this.
Yes, you can. Let me see. You can start your video.
Just wait a little bit.
Just click on your video icon. It will come up. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Just I'm trying to open the PowerPoint, so I left the
Yes.
Zoom. Sorry.
No problem.
I had to get online with my phone.
Oh, yes. We all do that most of the time.
Yeah. No. Did you get something on the screen? It's the wrong thing. Wait.
Yeah, it's not showing yet.
I'm so sorry, guys. Well, this is technology, so this is why we can also this is something we can learn about. Technology doesn't always work, so we need to sometimes get creative, right?
Right.
You can usually you can actually hear on the space station people talking. Sometimes they leave their microphones open, and we can hear that they too have troubles with technology sometimes.
Communication.
Yes. Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I think it got a little bit weird, but let's do it.
Let's do it.
So technology is something that we always talk with space. But we're talking today about space education using limited resources. So about me, Oluwabanki already said a little bit. I'm a Brazilian. I lived in Brazil all my life. I'm also a fellow Limitless Global Educator, same as Oluwabanki. I graduated on biology in Universidade de São Paulo. It's really a passion of mine. I really love biology. I worked as a biologist a while with biological control before I became a teacher at a public school. And today I am a science teacher, just like I think most of you all. I teach at my hometown, Chapadão do Sul. Oluwabanki almost got it, but it's weird. pronunciation, I think, for you. And I'm from the state Mato Grosso do Sul, which is a really kind of big state, but not that many people. Big land, not that many people. So, we as teacher, we are all limitless, but our supplies are not. I think this is a universal struggle among teachers that we don't have that much supplies, we don't have that much resource. It doesn't matter if you work at a public school or at a private school. Teachers usually we're not that seen as we hope to. This is here in Brazil, it's always a struggle, okay? And we're talking about space, and space supposedly is technology. How can we not have all the supplies? But the thing is, being able to use technology is something important. But we as teacher, we know that first we need to teach our students to learn how to think critically and to be creative. And for that, we will not need that much technology or resources. Yes, it's amazing to have to be able to show your students a video in class, but it's not always possible. And it's something we have to deal with. But we can still talk about space and technology and actually show them um, and make them live a little bit of this without the use of a lot of technology. Okay. And also limited resources is something that you also go through space. In the International Space Station, they need to have everything recycled. They have all their resources are limited. So it's something that we as teacher we thrive. Okay. And for this class, for this talk that we're having, I'm going to show you guys a lesson plan that you can actually you can do at your class, and you will need no extra supplies. This is a class that I've done a few times with my students, and they really like it. And all you need is the storytelling, so your voice, a blackboard and chalk, or I don't know, pencil, something to show um, to your students, but you can write on. And your students will need paper and a pen or pencil. So all the basic resources that you can find in any class. Okay. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Am I talking too fast? Because I have that
No,
problem.
no. It's better. We prefer you talk slowly, the way you are talking.
Okay, so I'll try to slow down a bit. So this class is the survival on the moon. You guys can give it as a context, the 2025 Artemis mission that is happening this year. So humanity is going back to the moon. Okay, we have NASA doing this. We have other countries, national space programs trying to go back to the moon. So this is something that is already happening today. I already used this as a diagnosis for the class about the subject, about what they know about space and the moon and how to survive on those places. It can also be a fun thing to do to interact with your students in the beginning of the year when you don't know them yet. So it's an introductory dynamic. And as I said, you don't need that many supplies. I think there are a lot of people online, so I won't be able to separate you in groups. But the activity, you have to divide your students in small groups, 3 to most 5 students per group. You will tell, I'm sorry, my door just bumped. You will have to tell the story. You write the items on the board, and then you will discuss and let your students talk about it and see. You have the feeling of how they're going on, and then you explain everything afterwards. I think my slide here for you guys, it's a little, you cannot
The
see the,
slides are quite tiny.
yeah, I'm sorry.
Um,
Here's the activity, and I can share my slides, full slides with
hold
Oluwabankia.
on a minute. Let me see whether I can project it from here.
Okay.
But in the
Well,
meantime, while we wait, just answer. There is a question one of the teachers was asking in the comments that as teachers, can you hear me?
yes, I do.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
The question, while I open your presentation from here,
Okay.
the question goes, as teachers, we need to teach our students to think critically. How do we
Yes.
achieve in practical terms, please? How do we achieve this in practical terms?
Well, one thing I like to do is whenever they come with something they are sure or they're heard about it on TikTok or Instagram, I like to give back that for them. Like, is that true? Where did you hear that? And I make them think, because I think this generation we're getting of students, they have the world on their hands, especially with cell phones, but they do not know how to use that. So this is actually an example of bad use of technology. They just get all the small pieces and they think it's an absolutely true. So sometimes I like to bring some texts about some articles, easy to read, and make them read a little bit. And I get a newspaper ad on the same article. So they will see what the news said, something like researchers find the cure of cancer. And then you see the actual article, and it's like the researchers were able to reduce cancer on small rats. So they can see how things actually work, and that they can start to think about, is what I'm seeing actually true? Should I go find for something else or no?
Okay, so I have shared my screen here so they can see. I'd like to confirm from the
I can.
chat. Yes, so can you see my screen?
I can.
Let me check to see. Okay. Hello, Laura, are you there?
Hi, yes, I am. It just went blank. It's showing your screen, but not the slides right now.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm opening it in Google Slides.
Okay. I did some kind of heavy slides. Sorry, I put a lot of images.
So it's loading.
Okay. I have a computer, but the camera of it and the audio stopped working. So, and it was like this week, so I had to improvise. I'm so sorry. But well, I can still talk about the activity. Especially the storytelling, since you guys will have what the students have.
Okay, I will just stop the share and use slides.
What? Oluwabanke? Okay.
Yes, I can hear you. I'm with you.
Okay.
Rila,
I will share the small one just for now, and then you can.
no, I'm replacing it. I'm replacing it.
Your what?
Can you stop sharing your own slides?
Okay, sorry.
So stop sharing your own slides so
I
that
did.
I can share from here.
Okay.
Yes.
Hello,
Hello, ma'am.
where is Pastor? Is it Pastor Femi now? The person.
I've not seen him, ma'am.
Mm. Wow.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
That question, did I answer you okay?
Okay, for 1 minute. You say? Yes,
Fine.
we can hear you. That was really a practical insight. But you can still talk more on that later. But we need to get back to your presentation. So
Okay.
I was seeing some comments that it's not clear, visible enough.
Okay.
Right. So we move this slide to your current slide. Which slide were you on when you were talking?
It's the activity one.
Okay.
I don't remember the number. Let me check.
So that's I think the heavy graphics is making it slow to load.
It's the 5th slide. Page 5.
Okay, you can just keep talking from your end while I fix this.
Okay, so let's go through the activity. I can share my slides and make them. I will share my slides, and there is also a link where you can get this full activity later. So no worries. Okay.
You know what? Share your slide from your end. It's taking a lot of time to load. So
Okay.
you can share again now, and we'll continue.
Sorry. I
Maybe
wanted it.
we'll put it on a landscape.
And landscape. Let me. Is it
Like
better?
on horizontal manner, and then yes, that's better.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so let's go with it. The activity. So as I said, divide your groups, tell the story, write on the board the items that I will show you afterwards. So first, the story. The story is, you are now an astronaut. I want you all, everybody listening now, to pay attention and let's go through this together. You're now the students. And as students, you're actually now astronauts. You and your crew are on a mission and going to the moon. Unfortunately, your spaceship just had to land in a big distance from the moon base, from the lunar base. Okay? So now you and your group must decide which of the following instruments, following items, you will bring in order to survive. It will take a while for you to get on the lunar base, so you need to think really well about the items, and you can only bring 7 items, okay? So those are the rules. Only 7 items, and it will take a while, so you have to bring something to sustain yourself and to survive until you get to the lunar base. Questions so far?
No, keep going. I'm in the comments checking. Once there are any questions, I will note them down and then I can ask after your presentation.
So those are the items. This is what you guys will write on your board, okay? The items are matchbox, oxygen, flashlights on solar battery, food, a magnetic compass, water, lifeboat, first aid kit, receptor and transmitter moved on solar battery, map on the moon of the moon surface, and 15 meters of nylon rope. So you will write all those items on the board and let your students try to figure out which of those items they will use. They can only pick 7, okay? And let them talk around, I think, 5 to 10 minutes. So they can write it down. They have to write it down, okay? And if they can, also, this is really good, they need to rank all. So which of those items is the most important, which is the lower and not that important, okay, from all the 7. I want you guys to think a little bit and try to go through the process of the students. For instance, I think everybody agrees that oxygen is the most important one since we are in the moon, okay? And there are a few things that are not really that important. So we'll see if the student have this knowledge of, for instance, is a matchbox important in the moon? It is important if you're trying to survive, I don't know, in the middle of the savannah or in a forest. A matchbox will be important there, but will it be important in the moon? And why? So those are the questions we want our students to try to figure out. And also, if we see they're like not that interesting, you can go and you can walk around the class and ask them, okay? Yes, food and water are also important. So we'll let them figure out those items. And afterwards, you can just speak or you can show them this. This is the official NASA. This is actually a NASA class, okay, presentation. And here is the explanation and also the priority level of all those items. And you can go through it with your students later. They don't need to have this afterwards. You can just speak or write a little. You can shorten it up the answer and write on the board, okay? But as some people put it on the chat box, oxygen, water, and food are the highest level, highest priority, okay? Why? Oxygen, we need it to breathe. You don't have a real atmosphere on the moon, so you don't have oxygen, and we need it to breathe, to be alive. Second one is water. Water is a basic survival need. We cannot survive without water. I think the most you can get without water, it's 2 or 3 days. So it is a high priority level. And you don't have it in the moon. You don't have liquid water in the moon, so you need to take it. Food, also same thing. It's the astronaut food. It's really lightweighted and easy to carry, and is the third basic need for survival. Okay. The fourth on the list is the solar powered receiver transmitter, because you and your crew are far from the lunar base, okay? So you need to communicate. When something that we all need to survive is communication. You will need to know the distance you are from the lunar base. You'll need to know if there is anyone there. If something happens, they need to know where you are exactly so they can send help. So communication is something really important. The first kit as well, it's really important because it's something that you never want to use, but you always need to have it, okay? In case you have illness and injury. We never want that, but sometimes we need it. And when we need it, we need to have it. So first priority level. And the map of the moon surface. You don't have any other way to know the directions to go besides a map and the moon. So it's really necessary. All those are high priority level. What I like to do, I like to give the high priority levels, I don't know, 5 points. So if the student chose on their list oxygen, water, food, but everything else they missed, they will at least have 15 points because they put some of the priority levels. So 5 points for oxygen, 5 for water, for food, and goes on. Okay. Now for the medium level, you can put like 3 points. And in the end, the group with most points win. Okay. The medium priority levels are the life raft, because you can think a life raft, it's a kind of a boat. Why will I need a boat in the moon? It doesn't even have water, liquid water. So you can use the raft as a sled for carrying the heavy stuff. So it is a medium priority. It's not something like you must have, but if you do, and if you're able to bring it with you, it's something that will help you with not carrying all the stuff. It can also be really useful if something have some kind of injury. the person can lay down on this raft and you can carry it around easier than carrying the person itself. The 15 meters of nylon rope or 50 feet. I think Nigeria, you guys use meters, right? So 15 meters. The rope makes dragging the life raft easier, or you can use it if you find any place where crossing is difficult. So you can use the rope. It's always good to have a rope. The lights with solar power rechargeable batteries is also medium. The moon, it the time it takes to complete a rotation, it's around 27 days. So if you land on the part where it's day, you'll have a lot of light, so you won't need it. But if you land on the night part, it will be really dark. You'll need lights. And also there are some areas on the polar regions that are permanently dark. Oluwabanke, you said something?
No, I'm
Okay.
listening.
Okay. Sorry. The last medium one is the signal mirror. As a backup for the transmitter. So if something happens with the transmitter, you can use your light and the mirror as a form of communication. Okay. So all of those are medium level. And the low ones are the box of matches, because if you don't have oxygen on the moon for breathe, then the matches are useless because you need oxygen in order to have the fire. This is something kind of basic, but sometimes the students just get on the survival mode and they will forget. So this is why this is a really cool diagnosis activity, because then you see if they know about lunar atmosphere. Other thing, this one kind of made me think a lot at the first time, because I never thought about it, but the magnetic compass is also useless on the moon because there is no magnetic field on the moon. So the compass wouldn't work. So you're just carrying weight. Okay, so it doesn't work. For those items, you can give 0 points or just 1. So you will create a little competition among the students. Everybody loves to win. So the students will create a little competition to see who gets the higher points. And afterwards, they will actually learn a little bit. So it's really fun to do. Here is some pictures that I took from my students. They were doing this activity. I took it on multiple different classes, and it's always really fun to do this. Here is the link for the activity. I can share with you guys later. As I said,
I've shared the link.
you did?
Yes.
Okay, good,
Yes.
awesome. This activity, this link has 3 activities. So this one and other 2 ones. And they're all, you don't need a lot of supplies to do it, just like this one, okay? And they are really good for basically any grade, I think. Starting from 5th grade, I think you can do this already. And high school is really good too. You just need to change according to your public, basically. So little time for questions.
Okay, so the first question here is someone asked that how can we do this grouping in a class of 120 students?
So 120 students is a little bit hard. You can give them a little time. Sometimes, I don't know, work in pairs, I think might be easier. My reality, my classes are a little smaller, are way smaller because I only have like 30 students per class. Small town, I guess. But you can maybe do what I just did with you all. You just give a little time for them to think without grouping and make them write. Also making it a competition usually makes them more wanting to participate. So I think that might help. But 100, it's a tough
Right,
number.
fantastic. Okay. Then another question here says, how can we relate this as an account teacher? How can we relate this as an account teacher?
Well, when we talk about space, everything is about numbers, also about cost, okay? So you can give a cost to all the items and also think about the cost you need to take those to space. For instance, the compass, the magnetic compass, is something a little bit heavy, so the cost of it will be really big and it doesn't have any use. So you can talk about that. You can talk about
Can you
the
hear?
hi.
Can you hear us? Hi, can you hear us?
Yes, I
The
can.
internet
Can-
connection can get unstable.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so did you miss a lot? I was talking about how on space everything needs to be weighted, and the heavier it is, the bigger the cost. So you can relate this on the priority. For instance, the magnetic compass is heavy and
Mhm.
useless. So it's not something you want. Water is heavy, but it's something you need to live. So the price will be even higher because you're talking about this. I forgot this in English. I'm sorry. The supply chain, like if it's something everybody needs, it will cost more. And on space, we're talking nothing is abundant. You don't have a lot. So you can give a price to all the items and give them a budget, for instance. So you have this budget and you have those items. So what are you taking?
Hmm. I hope you got that.
Any
Can you
more
hear
questions?
us? And those are the two that I have here for now.
I think I saw one here at the Zoom related to agriculture. This one, I cannot think of anything, but as I said, you can use this.
Someone here said, what of mathematics as well? How do we relate this to agriculture? I was checking on the YouTube chat, but here in the Zoom room, someone has asked, how do we relate this to agriculture? What of mathematics? How do we measure the food and water taken to space? Those are the
Okay.
three I've so far. In
As
the
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Dog is barking here. Sorry for the noise. So this is an introduction. It also can be an introduction activity. You can use it as the students to create the first the lunar base and moon surface, and then you can start to increase the level. For instance, agriculture. In order to survive in this scenario, you cannot be able to plant anything, but you can use this for them to learn about the lunar atmosphere, for instance, to learn about the rotation of the moon with the lights on, and then talk about, okay, so now you know that the lunar that the moon has no atmosphere. How are we going to plant something there? People are talking about making a new space station in the moon to survive a lot of days, months. We'll need to plant things. We'll need food that is not that limited. So you can use this as a ground step for introducing a little bit more of your subject. About, I think, the mathematic part on the link, there are one of the activity is about I think you like if you're getting a moon survival kit in a backpack, how much of everything you need to put. So you can work with proportions and everything. And what was the other question? I don't
The other
remember.
was the other here. I see. How do we measure the food and water taken to space?
That I actually do not know. Here in
Of
this
course, I
activity,
think they will just use weighing balance or some form of
yeah,
measuring any equipment that can determine weights and measure
I
weight
think,
of
yes,
items, balance,
probably,
teaching scale.
yes, probably more with the volume as well, because the gravity doesn't, it's a different gravity. So water, you have the same, like 1 liter is the same thing as 1 kilogram. So for water, it's basically the volume. The food, all the food, space food is dehydrated, so the weight of it is really low, and usually they have like small packages and individual ones. So you have one package for one meal, and it will be only for one person.
Okay.
So, but I don't know how many they take, for instance.
Okay. That's fantastic. Thank you so much for your time, Laura. You have been super duper amazing. We just didn't get to see your pretty face.
What?
I said we didn't get to see your pretty face, though.
I can turn on it on so you can see me. Let me.
Everyone, can you see Laura? Can you see
Hi.
Laura? All right. Thank you so much for your time. We want to take a group picture with you.
Yes, please. And thank you so much, Oluwabanke, for inviting me. This was really amazing, and I'm really, really fun, and I'm really glad to share a little bit with all of you.
Thank you so much for taking time off your busy schedule to join us. We appreciate you greatly.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. So hold on. I would like everyone to say thank you in the comments to our dear Laura for
What?
taking time off. I said I want our teachers to say thank you in the comments. And then let's post for the pictures. If you can't turn on your camera, let's take a group picture with Laura all the way from Brazil. Where are you all? All the way from Brazil. Laura, all the way from Brazil. Laura, where are you? I can't see your face.
Here.
Okay. So everyone, can we all turn on our camera so that we can see your faces as we take a group picture? This is amazing. So are we all set? Yeah, see Laura, Laura, Laura. I'm
I can.
coming. I'm coming. Just 1 minute. Yeah. So I'll take 3, 2, 1. Gotcha.
Yay. Lovely to see you all. Hi. Thank you all. So I'm leaving the chat. Bye.
Can you hear me now? Right. Okay.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me now? Dr. Oluwabanke, can you
Yes.
hear me?
Yes,
Okay,
I
thank
can
you
hear
very
you.
much. Yes, I just have like I said, good morning. I think there is a device on. So let me put on my camera. You have to unmute my camera so that they can see my face as well. Doctor.
You can unmute and you can start your video.
See, I'm unable to unmute now. So you have to unmute my camera, except if you want me to continue my presentation.
No. We want to see your face. So
Okay, if you want to see my face, so let's then I can also share my screen. You just have to make me a presenter so that I can share my screen as well.
okay. I'm working on it. You can unmute now and you can start your video. Just click the.
Doctor, I can't. No. I can't still unmute my camera. Did you make me presenter?
That's what I want to do now.
So except if you make me presenter or you make me co-host, that's when I can share
We're
my
not
screen.
in.
Yes.
But I just have to admit you.
No. I log in with two accounts. So just make sure I log in with two accounts. There is
Which
one I
one?
use Kayode Adewale PhD. So you can just.
Is the Kayode Adewale that I can hear you? But you
No.
Which one do you want to?
Make me the second one. Not this one.
Just claim Kayode Adewale, right?
Yes.
Kayode Adewale is speaking now. You can.
You have to. Okay, let me comment. Let me make a comment on the chat so that you see the one I'm using.
I want to make you co-host so that you can.
Okay, see the account I'm using, KA. Let me leave this one.
Okay. Let me check the chat.
So can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but the one I'm hearing is Kayode Adewale PhD.
Make it presenter now. Make it presenter.
Okay. Sir. Yes. So you can turn on your video.
Not yet, ma.
Kayode Adewale PhD.
Yes.
You are now co-host.
That's what it's still not working.
But I can hear you now.
Yes, I can hear you too. But unfortunately, you can't. Prof. Yes.
It's just for you to click ask to start video. Oh yeah, start your video. I've asked you.
So you just do that right now. So it now you are now left with what is it called?
Are you able to start your video now?
No. The host wants you to start your video. So you only make me to start video. You have to make me a co-presenter or make me a presenter or make me a co-host.
PhD. You are co-host already. So I'm asking you to start.
You just asked me to start a video. So you have to make me a co-host or you make me host so that I do my presentation and go back.
Okay. You are host now. Kayode Adewale PhD. Hello. Can you hear me? Hello, Kayode. Can you hear me now? Am I still muted? Okay, so there is a game we are to play. I've posted the join code. So can you all click the link and all right.
Yeah, doctor, so sorry. I think I have some technical issue, but it's already resolved. So, all right, good afternoon, dear colleagues. Doctor, please, I want you to help me to confirm if you can hear me clearly.
I can hear you clearly.
All right, good afternoon, dear colleagues. Once again, my name is Kayode Adewale. I'm a teacher in Ogun State. I'm a mathematics teacher here in Ogun State, and it's a great pleasure, a great privilege, let me say, a great privilege to be in the midst of colleagues. And also, on that note, I want to really appreciate Dr. Oluwabanke Adewusi for extending this invitation to me to make a presentation on what I title using technology in teaching space exploration. So, can you hear me, Doctor?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. So let me just like I always have. Okay, have you shared the link to the quiz with them?
Yes, I have.
Okay, thank you very much. So let me just tell my colleagues that it's a great privilege to be here once again. And as also, I want you to see this opportunity provided by the Lagos State Ministry of Education as a great opportunity for us to see how we can leverage on the technology and also how we can pave way for ourselves as a science educator. Of course, doing these and other things we have been doing as a teacher is going to open a lot of opportunity, a lot of doors to us as a teacher. These are some of the little things we have been putting into the teaching profession. And before the year 2020, when we started giving a lot of opportunity. So like I said, I just have to tell us this so that we know what we stand to gain as a teacher when we are attending conferences, workshop, and the like. We are also doing it like this, putting it the little energy, little effort we can put into the teaching profession until year 2020 when government started noticing what we are doing. So in that year 2020, with all the effort we have been putting, like I said, sometime as a teacher in Ogun State, I do come to Lagos State for training. I will come to Lagos State for training. Some of the training we pick that what is it called? We sponsor ourselves. Some what is it called? NGO sponsor us. And I think there was a training I came for in the year 2008, organized by Co-Creation Hub. I'm very sure there's nobody here that will say you don't know Co-Creation Hub in Lagos State. If you are a dedicated teacher, or if you're a teacher that have been attending workshop, Co-Creation Hub is owned by Dr. Bosun Tijani. That is the Honorable Minister for Communication and Digital Economy. So in that year 2018, we were exposed to a lot of platform on how to leverage on technology in improving the student learning outcome, especially in the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So we were doing it in that 2019 during a training organized by Co-Creation Hub, where we have scholars from University of Twente that was around to train us, where 35 of us were selected throughout Africa, and I became one of the Goga Master Trainer, 35 Goga Master Trainer in that 2018. I won my school 30 laptop then, and I see that, I think it is high time for me to put more effort into this thing that is paving way for me. So we keep doing that as a teacher. In the year 2020, I think all those little effort we put into the teaching profession, was paid off when I emerged as a best senior secondary school teacher in Ogun State, and I was rewarded with 2.5 million naira, the money that can actually take care of my 5-year salary. But as a teacher, don't forget I told you I won the school 30 laptop in 2019, and I was looking forward to see how I can renovate the multipurpose laboratory into a STEM laboratory. So I took, as a Christian, after paying my tithe as a Christian, I took some portion of the money to renovate the STEM laboratory, to the multipurpose laboratory, into what we call a STEM laboratory. So I renovated that place into a STEM lab, and we keep using it. In 2021, I was announced as outstanding youth on education by the National Youth Council of Nigeria. In 2022, with all this little effort we put into the teaching, I became the Motina Teacher, Ogun State champion for the Motina Teachers of the Year, and I qualified to the top 10 at the national level. 2023, I got selected for Fulbright Teaching Excellence and Achievement Program, a program sponsored by U.S. Department of State, with the funding provided by U.S. government, meaning I have to go to U.S. to spend 50 days in the U.S. classroom. So while I was there in U.S., I've already put in for the Presidential Teachers Award, and I got selected as second runner-up, best teacher in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And then my gift was presented to, my wife represented me to collect the gift in that year, 2023. So as a youth who so much believe, like I said, when I joined the teaching profession in the year 2006 as a primary school teacher, I was not really feeling comfortable. I felt there is a particular place where I need to be, where my impact can be more felt, and that was secondary school. So I joined the teaching the secondary school in 2009, and I set an objective for myself as a teacher, that my objective as a teacher is to contribute and be at the forefront of transforming education in Nigeria. Of course, I know I can't do this alone. I was actually doing this with other teachers like Dr. Oluwabanke, other teachers like Ms. Adiola Akinsulere, and other teachers across the country. So in the year 2000, somebody that I was in US, and a lot of people were like, hey, as a classroom teacher, when you see this kind of opportunity, you see it as a lifetime opportunity. If there's a way for you not to come back to the country. And I said, I don't want to dent the image, the integrity, and every other thing. I returned into the country in November 4, 2023. And not quite long, a month after, I got selected for another fellowship to attend the Limitless Global Educator Program, meaning I'm one of the 20 STEM educators selected across the globe to attend the Limitless Global Educator Program in Houston, Texas, along with Dr. Oluwabanke here. So when we came back from US again in July, we were like doing this kind of a program. I did something like this in Ogun State that I called Ogun 517 Go to State, meaning that we have 517 secondary school in Ogun State, and I want all my colleagues to feel what it takes to integrate space science into the existing science curriculum. I did that along with Dr. Oluwabanke. We were doing all this, yes, sir. So we are doing all this as a teacher until January 2015, 2025, and I was announced as one of the top 50 teachers worldwide, meaning I'm that only teachers in the Federal Republic of Nigeria that got selected for top 50 Global Teachers Prize, a program organized by Funky Foundation in collaboration with UNESCO. As if that was not enough, after got selected on January 21st, 2025, that we are in, His Excellency Prince Dapo Abiodun, the Executive Governor of Ogun State, sent for me through the Honorable Commissioner for Education, and they said they want to see me at the governor's house. When I got in there, like normal things they normally do for us teacher, though our own governor in Ogun State is a teacher-friendly governor. Like I said, he was the one that gifted me 2.5 million naira as at 2020, which was my 5-year salary. So over there, he honored me with 3 things. He gave me Ogun State Education Ambassador, an appointment to become an Ogun State Education Ambassador, which is one of the apex appointments any teacher could get in that administration. So he also backed it up with 5 million naira. And the funniest part of it, he said, as an ambassador, you are entitled to a 2-bedroom bungalow in any part of Ogun State. Ladies and gentlemen, that is my story as a teacher. And why am I telling you this story before I start my presentation is just for you to know that whatever effort you put into the teaching profession has gone beyond what you think it used to be in the past. Meaning that the worth of a teacher now worth billions of naira. Al-Mansur, who won the Global Teacher Prize among 50 of us in February, is going home with $1 million. If you convert $1 million to naira, that is close to 2 billion naira. Of course, I know you as a teacher, if you have 2 billion naira in your account or you have 1 billion naira in your account, I'm sure your life can never remain the same. And I'm even sure there's nobody that can compete with you or that can say, oh, who is talking there? So that is the word of you as a dedicated teacher. So whatever energy, whatever training you receive here today, let's see it as one of the lifetime opportunity you get. So I'll be talking to you briefly on what I call I'll give you a what is it called, an icebreaker. Can you see my screen, Dr. Oluwabanke? I'll quickly be talking to you on what I call using technology to teach space science. Of course, space science.
I can't see your screen, and then I'm told that you have not started the game, the quizzes game.
Okay, I'm going to start that now. I know many of you have joined, so you can go ahead and start answering your question while I'm going on with my own presentation. So, like I said, so what are we here to talk about? We are here to talk about yes, using technology to teach space science. And of course, using technology to teach space science is exactly what you are doing as a colleague here. As you can see, you are now, working on this, seeing what you can do one after the other. So the objective of setting this, choosing this topic is to equip educators with technological tools that you need to teach space science effectively, and also to integrate space science concept into the existing space science. So I'm going to give you like 2 minutes. I'm going to give you 2 minutes. Use the 2 minutes to attend to those quizzes. Then from there, I will take it up from there.
You can see the link to the game on the WhatsApp platform and the join code. It has been pasted on the WhatsApp platform.
You have just 5 minutes to do the.
The join code has been posted. The join code is 176092. One 176092. The game has started. Let me to go and play the game. On the WhatsApp group. It's
Yes. Welcome. Afternoon, sir.
one 176092. Check the link on the WhatsApp group. They are playing the game. Make sure you are engaging.
All right, thank you very much. So that is how far we can go. And the first position is Sheyan, second is Tolulope, third is Ayodeji. The third person is Ayodeji.
Wow.
The third person is Ayodeji.
Congratulations.
So let's say congratulations to all of them. So very quickly, within 2 minutes, I'm going to finish my presentation in the next 2 minutes because I've just shown you an example of what you need to do. Can you see my screen, Dr. Oluwabanke?
Yes, I can.
Can you see my screen, Dr. Oluwabanke?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me? I can
Doctor,
see
can you see my screen?
Yes, I can. I can see your screen.
Doctor, can you see my screen?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I said, can you see my screen?
Yes, but it's not showing again.
Doctor, what you are going to do for me is that you are going to share this presentation with them. Like I said, I have a presentation now, which I have to attend to quickly. Yeah. So, but notwithstanding, what I'm talking about is using technology to teach space science. If you look at it, what do we tend to gain from this? We want to see how we can equip ourselves with the technological skills that we need to teach space science effectively, and how we can integrate space science concepts into the existing science curriculum in Nigeria. And that is exactly what Doctor is trying to do here. So we also want to see how we can inspire students to explore career in space science and related field. Of course, when we are talking about courses like aeronautic engineering and other courses related to space science, they are not common within our country. So how do we encourage this young one to choose a career in all these areas? Those are what we tend to gain when we are using technology.
Oh, we lost Dr. Kayode. Okay. Oh well. I am thinking, could this be definitely we are going to have a student that will do something to make internet connectivity better. Not just one, many students are coming from you as a result of this training that you have just participated, that you are participating in. You are going to be raising a new generation of innovative thinkers, problem solvers, and solution providers. Some of these students are going to be the ones to provide solutions to resolving internet connectivity. I see it happening. Like Martin Luther King, who says, I have a dream. Yeah, I have a dream that one day our students will develop products that will shake the technological world for good. It will happen. Can I hear an amen, somebody? And we've got to work towards it. Oh, well, since I can share, can you confirm that you can hear me?
I can hear you.
Again. All right. So what I'm going to do is to call the next speaker, and we'll read his profile. I would post a link. Yeah, the network sometimes can just bounce one out. It has happened to me a number of times, but I hope you were encouraged, and beyond looking at the monetary value of things, you need to come to a point where money is important. I'm not saying money is not important. Money is good. Money answers all things. But if you want to get things done, know this today. Do not put money first. The first person who shared that quote with me, that quote I just told you, is my husband. He says, if you want to do anything, don't put money first. Because if you put money first, you will never do it. You will never do it. Once you have the idea, once you know what you want to do, just start. Get started already. Whether if you wait for all the conditions to be together, you will not do anything. this training, I mean, I cannot begin to tell you the many challenges, the many hurdles I had to cross. Times that, let me just save that for the last, after the training, when we refresh and just bond like we did yesterday. That was therapeutic for me. So let me call Mr. Olayinka Adeosun. Let me show you who Mr. Olayinka Adeosun is, and I'm going to read his profile for you. You can please confirm to me when you see my screen. Can you see my screen, please? I will check the comments. Let me quickly check the comments. Hey, sorry, Sao. Mr. Olayinka, you are up now, but yes. Are you in the building? I'm reading your profile.
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm so sorry,
Can you
sir.
hear me?
I want to read your profile before you start talking. Can you see my screen, everyone? Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, I want to go to Mr. Olayinka's, and this one is supposed to be wide. Okay, so there we have our distinguished limitless space global educator. Mr. Olayinka, your video is not on. Why is that so? Don't you want us to see your handsome face?
No, I'm very, I'm very sorry. I'm using my phone.
Oh, no problems.
Well, can you see me now?
No problems. So I'm going to quickly read. Sir.
Yes.
Okay, I can see you.
Okay.
So I'm reading Mr. Olayinka Adeosun's profile here. One moment, please. You know why it's important to read these profiles. You will, from the profiles we read, we understand the struggles, the many battles, the things we've been through, and the driving force that makes us to be restless, even despite the fact that we are also educators. You understand? We are also in these same situations and environments with you, and we know we don't have it all. Yeah, we don't have it all, but yet we still go that extra mile. We still get stuff done, and you wonder, how do they do it? When you see our profiles, when you listen to these profiles, they inspire you, so that, I don't know, the teacher that is with us here right now, who will be the next bomb to explode positively, like Mansour, the #1 guy who won that James Global Education Award, right? Global Teacher Prize, $1 million. Does that one need to work again? Somebody tell me. Does that one need to work again? I don't think so. It will just go on making impacts, isn't it? We just go ahead to keep making more impacts, and it will be limitless. So I want you to tell yourself that you are limitless. You are limitless. You can only be limited if you have that mindset that you are limited. If you have that mindset that most people that have heard in this profession, they will always count 1,001 reasons why something will not work. What about talking about why that thing will work? What about that? Right. So here is Mr. Olayinka Adeosun's profile. I already told you that he's also one of the 20 global limitless space educators. There are just 20 of us, and he's one of them. So we have a rare gem before us. He was driven by a childhood experience of educational inequality. Olayinka Adeosun is passionate about empowering individuals and communities through technology integrated education. You saw Dr. Kayode talking about technology, using technology. He is also someone who is a basic technology teacher in Lagos State Teaching Service Commission, and he was driven and passionate about empowering individuals and communities through technology integrated education. As a technology education graduate, he was confronted with the teacher shortage in Nigeria, which fueled his determination to address this gap. This led him to join Teach for Nigeria. I'm actually wearing Teach for Nigeria. Yeah, can you see? Teach for Nigeria says Teach, Lead, Impact today, right? So he joined Teach for Nigeria in 2020, where he empowered over 250 government school teachers with technology integration skills during his fellowship. Olayinka's influence extends beyond the classroom, as he has collaborated with various STEM initiatives across Lagos to inspire over 2,000 students and cultivate their passion for learning. In 2024, last year, he was selected for the Limitless Space Global Educators Program, which we are both collaborating on to train teachers and spread the word. And he learned to inspire and teach through the lens of space exploration. He's also a Ban Ki-moon 2024 scholar. Olayinka firmly believes in the transformative power of education, technology, and sports in creating lasting positive change. So regardless of the subject you are teaching, you can integrate all these things we are seeing. It's no longer a subject as a singular subject. It's about integration, interdisciplinary. That's how the world works. We live in a complex and complicated interrelated world. So we can't take a subject in isolation. I hope you understand that. So Mr. Olayinka, distinguished noble colleagues, please make welcome Mr. Olayinka Adeosun. As I stop sharing so that he can share his slides, I want to see you giving applause, roses in the comments. Please welcome, 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 welcome our global educator. Thank you for joining us, sir. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Dr. Banke. All right, can I go ahead and share my screen? Please confirm if you can see my screen.
Yes, I can see your screen. Let me confirm with everyone. Please confirm that you can see. Yes, you are. Hafiz Olowo Okere. Where's Mr. Inka? Afiz Olowo Kere, you are limitless. Yes, you are. It's time for prayers. Yes, go pray, go pray. Go pray. Those who are not going for prayers, they are here. Welcome, Mr. Yinka. Well done. You are limitless. You can do all things through Christ Jesus who strengthens you. There's nothing impossible for us as teachers, as long as we put our mind to it, we cut out the limiting beliefs, we can do what we set our minds to do. We can do what we set our minds and put our hearts to
Hello,
work.
can you hear me?
Yes, I'm guessing that network can be, we've been having those network issues over there.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Sorry, I'm having. All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so can you see can you see me?
Yes, I can see your slides. It's
Okay,
clear.
what about my face?
I can't see your face.
All right. It's because I'm on my phone as well. So I'm going to go ahead. Sorry about
Yes, please. Someone is saying, how can we have a stable network? That question will be taken to our classrooms. You'll be amazed what these young minds can conceive and do, the ideas that they come up with. Me, I will just be like, how come I never thought about this? Let's take that question to our classrooms. The answers are in our classrooms.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Olayinka. My name is Olayinka Kayode. Thank you, and I'm excited to talk to you about something fascinating, how space exploration can teach us how to live sustainably here on Earth. And that's why I'm here to share with you about space and sustainability. So when we think about space, we often imagine rockets, astronauts, and distant planets, but we don't always consider how astronauts survive in space. There are no grocery stores, no fresh water, no power plants. Every drop of water, every bit of food, and every unit of energy must be carefully managed. NASA and other space agencies, including the Nigerian Space Agency, have developed incredible technologies.
Excuse me, sir. We need more volume. I'm hearing from the YouTube channel that we need more volume. Can you speak up a little louder, please?
I'm just going to disconnect my. Okay, can you hear me now?
Better.
Okay. So as I'm saying, NASA and other space agencies have developed technology to help astronauts live sustainably in space. This system recycle water, generate energy from the sun, and grow food without soil. The best part is this same technology are now helping people on Earth to solve environmental problems. So we are going to go and we are going to explore what is sustainability. So I'm going to ask
Sorry, before you move to this next slide, please go back to that previous slide. Sorry.
Okay.
Just a minute. All right, you can move now.
I can go to the next slide.
Yes, please.
Okay. So now we are going to answer this question. What does sustainability means to you? So, and why do we need to sustain our resources? So, Dr. Banke, can you help me with any feedback from there? Just read it out.
I should read it out.
Yes, if you see any
Okay.
comment.
We need to, okay. Let me check. What does sustainability mean to you? Can we answer that question? Put it in the chat, please. Chat. What
Just 1
does
minute.
sustainability mean to you? What does sustainability mean to you? Can we please respond? What does sustainability mean to you? Okay, I see one message. Lasting.
Okay.
I'm checking the YouTube channel.
Okay.
What does sustainability mean to you? So we are checking. Sustainability means being able to maintain an idea permanently. Sustainability means being able to maintain an idea permanently. That's Babalola Ahmed. Another person says sustainability means a process that helps keeps the environment free from harm. A process that helps keep the environment free from harm. Sustainability means development that is beneficial to this generation, but not going to be harmful to the next generation. Development that is beneficial to this generation. Should I stop? Another person say.
Yeah, so that I can continue. So thank you for all those who have responded to the question. So what does sustainability really mean? Sustainability is about using resources wisely so that the future generation can also meet their needs. It means reducing waste, conserving energy, and protecting the environment. But why is this important? So I'm going to tell you some facts. Do you know that 2.2 billion people worldwide lack access to clean drinking water? You're surprised. And also, the world produces about 2 tons of waste every year, but only 9% of plastic is recycled. There's a research also that by 2050, Earth's population will reach 9.7 billion, and we will need 60 more food to feed everyone. Now, imagine in space, astronauts don't have unlimited supplies of water, food, or energy. They must recycle and use resources wisely to survive. The way they manage this challenge can teach us how to live more sustainably on Earth. Think about our own daily life. How can we use less water? How can you waste less food? If you think about all these changes, all these small things, it will make a big difference in creating a sustainable future. So looking at this, living in space is equal to sustainable living. Space is the ultimate test of sustainability. On Earth, if you need to drink, if you need water, you just need to turn on the tap. If you need food, you just go to store. If we throw away trash, garbage truck, we take it to landfill. But in space, none of this exists. Astronauts has 4 major challenges, which are water problem, food is limited, energy must be renewed, waste cannot be thrown away. And to survive, astronauts use smart sustainability solution. In the International Space Station, 90% of the water are recycled through urine and sweat. Now, astronauts don't grow food in space, but there is a new method called hydroponic farming, whereby nutrient-rich water are supplied to plants, and they can grow veggie in space. The International Space Station also runs on solar power, to generate their energy. Trash is turned into energy or repurposed for 3D printing. So this same idea can be used on Earth. Water is essential. So I'm starting with water. Water is essential for life, but in space it is limited. Early space mission carried water on board, but this is not practical for long-term mission. NASA had to develop a way to recycle every drop of water. The astronauts used to take, if you want to take something to, like if you want to send a rocket to the International Space Station, it costs a lot of money, about $10,000, imagine, just to send like a very small thing, like let's say AirPod. So now imagine taking a large amount of water. So that's why they think of having a system or using technology to build a system called the water recovery system, which is one of the most NASA impressive technology. It's recycled 90% of the water in space, including their sweat and breath moisture captured from the air. Urine is filtered and purified into drinking water. Wastewater is clean and reused for drinking and hygiene. Don't worry, if all these things sound absorbed to you, these water are they are clean more than what we drink on Earth. So the technology being adapted for this technology has been adapted to use on Earth also. If you look at countries like India and some African countries, like Kenya, they use water purification system model, just like the NASA technology, to provide clean drinking water. So growing food in space is a huge challenge because there is no soil, no rain, no natural sunlight. Early astronauts only ate packaged food. They are still eating packaged food. But for longer mission, they need to find a way to grow fresh food. NASA developed 2 solutions for it, which is hydroponics and aeroponics. So hydroponics is growing plants in nutrient-rich water instead of soil, and aeroponics is spreading nutrient directly to the roots with no soil needed. These techniques allow astronauts to grow fresh veggies in space, ensuring that they have the vitamins they need and minerals. So space farming is not just for astronauts. And here on Earth, we have adapted that method. And hydroponic farm use 90% less water than traditional farming. So you are even saving water while you are using hydroponic farming. So the future technology for agriculture is safe with this technology. In a place like Singapore and Dubai, hydroponic farm grow food indoor to reduce reliance on food imports. So NASA has also researched in helping farmers to grow food in extreme climates, such as desert and disaster zone. So let's say in war area, so they can also grow food. They can also start planting where there is no soil or there is no water. They can save water, to say, because farming needs water, but less water. Energy is a major challenge in space, and the International Space Station cannot use fossil fuel, so it must generate its own power, and the solution is solar energy. The International Space Station cover in huge solar panel that generates about 84 kilowatts of electricity. This is enough to power 40 homes. This solar panel collects sunlight and convert it to electrical and store excessive in battery for use when the station is in Earth shadow. So we also adapt this solar energy technology here on Earth. And you should know that solar is growing and everybody is using solar electricity, inverter and all here on Earth, even in Nigeria. it's developing. So, but there are some countries that have invested a lot in solar energy, which China, India, and US, they use solar for farming. And also, solar is growing by 20% every year. So I know that if you look at in the next 20 years, the rate at which every home will be using solar energy will be very high. So we don't have to depend on NEPA or any electric provider. So now the next question is, what strategy could your school adopt to achieve a zero waste in your school? You see, I said recycle or die. So what strategy could your school adopt to achieve zero waste? Dr. Banke, can you hear me to read the comments? Dr. Banke?
I'm with you, sir. What strategy?
All right.
I'm checking on the Zoom and also on the YouTube.
Okay, so we have 1 minute.
We need the responses, distinguished noble colleagues, responses. What strategies could your school adopt to achieve zero waste? I'm in the comments. I want to see your comments. To recycle our refuse. And you know, recycle is just a part. Somebody said by getting bins for plastic and cans alone.
Okay, that's good. That's one.
And we've been doing recycling, but we have not really achieved zero waste. So what strategies?
Yes.
All these questions we are asking you, you need to take them back to the classes, to your classrooms. You will be amazed at the ideas. These are ways to stimulate critical thinking. For those of you asking, how do we get our students to think critically? This is not just something you just come up with a flippant response. Turning waste into wealth by collecting refuse and sorting them. Somebody says turning waste into wealth by
turning waste into
wealth.
Okay, bye.
Collecting refuse and sorting them.
Nice one.
So that's enough on the YouTube on the Zoom platform. Now I'm going to the YouTube platform.
Okay, so I'm going to give 1 minute also.
Yes. 1 minute. Let's see what they have there. Keep putting in the comments. We need to know that you are following. We need to know that you are following.
So let me continue.
Yes, please go on.
All right. So the world, as I said earlier, the world generates about 2 billion tons of waste every year. Which end up filling the landfill or the ocean. So that's where we push our waste. So in some cities like Sweden, in some countries like Sweden, they convert 99% of their trash into energy using waste to energy. And also, I want to let you know that some countries are now using plastic to build roads. So you'll be shocked. Like I see some people online using plastic to make bags, and it is so impressive. So we need to recycle and reduce and reuse all these things that can be recycled. And some organizations are already following this recycle thing. So when you go there to buy stuff in the supermarket, they don't give you nylon. So you have to take your nylon along. So they are trying to save how you waste resources. So now we are moving to the classroom part. How can you integrate all these things? You have seen how NASA and other state agencies are recycling things and solving problems.
How we recycle the waste.
Mr. Yinka, please unmute. Mr. Yinka, please unmute. Can you hear me? Mr. Yinka, if you are speaking, I can't hear you.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. Should I continue from here?
Yes.
Okay. I said we have looked at how NASA and other space agency are solving problems, and now we are moving to the classroom aspect. How can you engage your students on how to save our planet also? Because we are also in space. That's one thing I need you to know. So engaging your students using space as a hook for sustainability lesson. Many students find sustainability topics boring because they feel that it is disconnected from them. But what if we use space to make this lesson more exciting? Space exploration provides a perfect way to teach sustainability because astronauts must carefully manage all these things that we have discussed. Imagine telling students that astronauts drink the same water repeatedly, or that their food is grown without soil. This sparks curiosity and makes science feel like an adventure. By linking sustainability to space mission, we can show students that solving environmental challenges require creativity and problem solving. For example, when teaching water conservation, you can show how NASA recycle urine into drinking water. Another example is renewable energy. You can talk about how the International Space Station runs entirely on solar panel. These are real life applications. So it makes learning inspiring for them. So use hook, connect the dots with your student. This part is encouraging problem solving in the classroom, student challenge. So we know that astronauts in space do not have luxury of running to store or calling a plumber if anything breaks. So they must solve problems using the limited resources they have. So you must teach students challenges that encourage critical thinking and problem solving. And one of the best ways to do this is by asking students, how would you survive on Mars? How will you survive on the red planet? This question will force them to think about water recycling, energy production, and food growth in environments with no soil, no oxygen, and extreme temperature. So students could also design a Mars colony where they must figure out to produce oxygen, manage waste, and grow food. They can brainstorm the solution, create a model for it, and present the idea. So this type of learning makes sustainability hands-on and practical. Learning is most effective when students can see, touch, and experience what they are being taught. So this is why hands-on sustainability project is so important. Instead of just reading about water recycling, students can build a model and conduct experiment on what they see and see their concept in action. So we are moving to the classroom activity part. These are some of the experiments and projects you can engage your students with on how to build a water filtration using sand and charcoal. So we must learn how to. All you need to do here is you can build a powerful water filtration experiment using a plastic bottle, sand, charcoal, and gravel. Students will build this by putting cotton. Cut the bottom of the plastic, not the bottom, the middle part of the plastic, and lay the gravel at the bottom, then the sand, Finally, they put the charcoal at the top, pour dirty water through the filter, and what they have to wait for some minutes, and they will see how clean the water are coming out. So this is water purification system. So it teaches them how to make clean water. Even though the water is not at 100% clean, it has to go through more process. Another one is, if students don't believe that they can plant without water, the idea of hydroponics and aeroponics. So we can demonstrate this hydroponics in the classroom, taking a small container or cup and place a cotton inside it. Add water to keep the cotton moist. Place a beans seed and press them gently on the cotton. So you keep the container in a warm place with sunlight. In few days, students will see the beans growing. So this experiment doesn't need any soil. So as I've said, countries like Singapore are using this on their farm rather than the traditional farming method. And the last experiment here is using a solar oven. So students, or you can ask your student that if they have ever cooked food just by using the power of sun. And that is what this solar oven experiment is all about. So I told you before that International Space Station runs on solar panel. So, and renewable energy is fast growing technology. So this solar oven, it can be made with a shoebox or a carton, and cut it into this side, and put an aluminium foil. You can see the way it stands there, which will reflect sunlight into the box. Place the construction paper and paper inside the box to absorb it, and cover the opening with plastic to trap it inside, creating a greenhouse effect. So the angle reflection, you will place the box, make sure that the aluminum foil is directly to sunlight. And you can place a snack or something like a chocolate on the spot and see how this aluminum foil reflects sunlight into it and creates heat that will melt using only solar power. So this is just small activities that you can do in your classroom just to see how powerful solar energy is. So now connecting it to the sustainability development goal, I know some of us have been part of this SDG goal, trying our best to make efforts towards quality education, which is SDG 4 and other parts. But I'm just going to focus on this SDG 6, 7, 12, and 13, relating it to the sustainability goal. So SDG 6 is about clean water and sanitation. So it connects to NASA water recycling system and access to clean water in Africa, clean and safe water to say, across Africa and any other country. So as the 7 says, that affordable and clean energy. So the ISS runs on solar energy. So we have solar farm now that is built on it. We can have a lot of ideas coming into our classroom with the effort of providing clean energy. We don't want to be burning, we don't want to be contributing to climate change that is affecting us right now. We need to think of another idea on how to save our planet. SDG 12 is about responsible consumption and production. Astronauts recycled and almost everything they produce in their body. So that inspires zero waste solution for city. So nothing must be wasted. So number SDG 13 is talking about climate action. Earth observation satellite monitors our changing climate.
Mr. Yinka, please unmute. Mr. Yinka, please unmute. Okay. Please unmute. Mr. Yinka, please unmute. Mr. Yinka, if you are speaking, we can't hear you. Please unmute.
Hear me now.
Yes.
Where do I stop?
The SDG goals. What's the meaning of SDG? Sustainable Development Goals.
Yes.
We have 17 of them.
Yes, we have 17 of them.
You can Google it to learn more after now.
All right. So the sustainability development goal is coined by the United Nations to guide the world towards a better future. So that's what the SDG is all about. So they are looking at every citizen of every part of the world to contribute towards all these goals. As an educator, we are contributing to the SDG 4. You can also, depending on what you teach, you can contribute to any part of this SDG. So concerning space and sustainability, this is what on the SDG, these are what are related, like these are the goals associated with space and sustainability. So SDG 6 says clean water and sanitation, which is inspired by the NASA water recycling. And I told you that we want a clean water in Africa and other part of the world, clean and safe water. There are some countries that don't have water. So using technology, we can produce clean and safe water. We can reuse, we can recycle this water. SDG 7 is talking about affordable and clean energy. We are producing a lot of waste by burning your generator, using your car. We are burning fossil fuel into the atmosphere, which is generating heat for us. So we should think of innovative way where we can use clean energy and affordable one. And that's why the solar panel, that's where it comes in, because the energy is safe and clean. And to think of it, every product now uses solar. Number SDG 12 is about responsible consumption and production. So what this responsible consumption and production is talking about is astronauts recycled almost everything they use from their breath. They are producing water from it. They are drinking it again and again. So this inspired the zero waste solution for cities. So our water must be clean. If you are using everything responsibly, we will be producing zero waste. Nothing will waste. SDG 13 is about climate change. And here we are using satellite to monitor pollution. We are using satellite to monitor deforestation. We are using satellite to monitor climate change, which help us finding solution on what we can do about our planet Earth. So these are where you can find resources, ideas that you can use to inspire your class. You can take a screenshot. You can go to these websites. You will see a lot of resources there. They say seek and you shall find. So I will leave you with this. As we finish this discussion, I will say small action can lead to big change. The solution that keeps the astronaut alive can also help us to protect our planet. Think about the little things we can all do. So one of the things we can do is turning off lights and using solar power devices instead of using generator. Another thing is, instead of using your car, and burning fossil fuel and burning energy, you can walk. Anywhere you see that you can walk it. And using less plastic and recycle more. That's another thing we can do. Finding creative way to reduce waste at school and home. So you have to create. I know that this workshop is about creating a space club in our school. We can also create in our space club. We can also talk about sustainability waste on how to reduce waste in our schools and in our home. So that is that for now. The future depends on how we treat our planet today. And I encourage you all to take what we have learned and apply it in your classroom, in your homes and community. Together, it can make a sustainable way of life, not just for astronauts, but for all of us on Earth. Thank you for listening. I look forward to your questions.
Wow, that was an amazing presentation. Can we show some love with our reactions and emojis? Applaudissez. You know, let's keep giving those reactions. You know, this was amazing. So now the floor is open for questions. Can we ask our questions? Ask questions. We need you to ask questions. The agricultural science teachers, I hope you are getting answers. I hope you are getting answers. The agricultural science teachers. So it's time to ask questions. It's time to ask questions. It's time to ask questions. So I'm in the comment section. Let's make it, let's be quick with the questions so that I can ask and you get answers in real time. Thank you, Mr. Olayinka, for that fantastic presentation. I learned a lot. I'm also taking notes to ensure that I can take back these action points to my classroom. As you know, nobody is an island of knowledge. We all need to keep learning on learning and relearning. If you don't keep learning, so one teacher said, training, training, training. Every time training, it's for your own good. If you don't learn, you can't move forward. The day you stop learning, I think one ceases to exist. So we are waiting for your questions. Mr. Olayinka can take a couple of questions. You have questions, please ask away before I call on the next speaker. Before I call on the next speaker. Any questions? As you all know, for different subjects, all that we have been learning have all addressed all these subjects as they were speaking. And you know that Lagos State has a policy on not leaving any child behind. It's an all-inclusive learning model. In our Teams Plus agenda, the governor released his Teams Plus agenda saying that students, all students, you know, none should be left behind. So, are we getting questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. if I get any questions, of course, I can put them down and send them to you. There was a question someone asked yesterday. How do we know what to tell? How do we know what to tell the students when we ourselves are novice? I have gotten the response from Dr. Adetola Salau, and I will send it to the WhatsApp platform once I am able to. So in the meantime, we have in the building our next speaker. Our next speaker, can you see my screen? Please confirm that I can see my screen. Who is our next speaker? I want you to type your response in the chat. I'm waiting for you. Who is our next speaker? Please engage. Let's not make it boring. I love to engage. Please, let's engage. Let's respond. Let's use the emojis. Who is our next speaker? Who is she? Who is she? Okay. Her name is Lauren Parker. Lauren Parker has been teaching middle school students for 18 years. Middle school students in the US means our own GS1, 2, and 3, right? She has spent the last 10 years teaching 7th and 8th grade science. Lauren is a member of the Space Center Houston SEEK crew, a Space Foundation teacher liaison, a NASA/JPL Solar System ambassador, a Space for Teachers Embedded Teacher ambassador, and a Limitless Space Institute educator. Lauren is passionate about making space science come alive for students through hands-on experiences with real-world applications. Amen, somebody. So there we have Mrs. Lauren Parker. We are honored to have you in our midst. Thank you for taking time off your busy schedule. Can we give her a round of applause? Lauren Parker.
Hello. So I think it's good afternoon for most of you. It's good morning here. I am in Texas in the United States. So it's wonderful to be with all of you. I'm going to go ahead and share my slides with you.
One moment, Lauren.
Oh, yep.
Please speak slowly.
Okay.
Speak slowly so that we can hear you. Do you understand?
Yes.
Don't speak fast.
I will do my best. Please feel free to tell me to slow down because I do talk fast. Well, Olubanke, thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. I, like you said, have been teaching 7th and 8th grade for the last 10 years. And one of the really awesome things that I got to do last year was fly my students' research on a zero-G flight, where I got to experience microgravity and fly around like an astronaut for a few seconds. And while that seems like a really far off idea, it's something that you can do in your classrooms with your students too, especially teaching them the science of microgravity and some of the really cool and crazy things that happen in microgravity. So the first question is, what is microgravity? A lot of kids and a lot of adults even think that, NASA has a room where they can flip a switch and the gravity goes away. And that's not the case. In the case of the astronauts on the space station, the space station is orbiting Earth and it's essentially falling. And the astronauts are in free fall with the space station. But because they are falling relative to the space station, the effects of gravity are reduced. Gravity has not gone away. It's just behaving differently because they are falling. So we can achieve this here on Earth for very short periods of time by putting things into free fall. And we see the same phenomenon that we see in microgravity. So I'm going to show you a video, and Olubanke, I'll send you the link too if bandwidth issues, if people can't get to the video, that way you can send it out on WhatsApp.
Yes.
This is a music group here in the US. They're called OK Go, and they shot an entire music video on the zero-G plane. So I want you to watch this video. And as we are watching it, I want you to look for the moments where the gravity comes back and where the gravity goes away. Because what's happening on that plane is the plane is doing what's called a parabolic flight. It is flying in a series of parabolas where it flies up. And at this point, where it's nose up, the people on that plane are experiencing almost 2 Gs. Then when they go over the top of the parabola, that is when that weightless feeling or the 0-G happens. And then you just repeat the cycle. So as these musicians were filming this video, the plane goes up and down and up and down. And you can start to see where the gravity comes through. It lasts about 20 to 30 seconds, depending on the flight profile. It's not very long at all. So they had to film this in very short segments.
Thank you.
So what were some of the things that you noticed in the video when there was no gravity? What things kind of looked strange or different than you would have expected if you did the same things here on Earth?
So I'll be in the chat checking out your responses. What were your observations as you watched the video? Remember, we talked about you needing to pay close attention to details. Okay? Anyone?
This part is one of my favorites with all of the paint. And
oh,
because
so those are things. I thought they were balloons. Oh.
they are like balloons filled with paint. And as they would pop them, liquid especially does really strange things in microgravity. And the surface tension takes over instead of, liquids just falling like here on Earth. And they go out all over the place. But they kind of, without the force, they stick together as a sphere. So, lots of floating. People were able to do really amazing flips and spins.
Somebody said, I saw people floating in the air.
Yes, it's a great one. So this was achieved in lots of little 20 to 30 second bursts. That's about the longest that we can get here on Earth because of the plane. So one of the things that you can do in your classroom or in your space club or wherever you are presenting this is a series of different activities. This one, you can see some of my students here are doing, this one's called a leaky water bottle. And so you can take a water bottle or you can take a cup, whatever you have available to you. And I'm not going to do it now so that I don't give myself a shower. But you poke a hole and then you watch what happens. So if I poke a hole in this water bottle right now, water is going to come out. But I want you to try this and I want you to watch what happens if you hold it up and then you drop it, what happens to the water. So what you can see that they are noticing here is as they let go of that water bottle and the bottle is falling, the water inside the bottle is falling at the same speed as the bottle itself. And because of that, the water does not leak out of the hole anymore. It's really fun if you have a water bottle that still has the lid on it, to have students try it with the lid on, with the lid loose, with the lid off, and have them make those observations and see if they can figure out. They will think that they can solve the problem, and they will find every time that water stops as it is falling. Because once again, microgravity is just falling with style. It's simply just falling. Another example of that is an astronaut in a bottle. So you can see a model of it here in the center of the screen, where you take an astronaut, or anything, you can draw it on a piece of paper, whatever. It doesn't have to be this specific one. This astronaut is just a picture of an astronaut. And it is attached to a string. That way we can control where it is in the bottle. So this one I have put inside of a bottle, and you can see I've got a tape line around the bottle to give a reference point so that students can compare where the astronaut is. So you use the string and you pull the astronaut so that it is level with your tape to give a good starting point. And then you just drop it And I'm not going to drop it right now, so it doesn't make a lot of noise for you, sorry. So you drop it, and as it's falling, again, the astronaut is going to stay in the same place. If I don't drop the bottle, but I just drop the astronaut falls to the bottom. But if I drop them both at the same time, then they are falling together and the astronaut appears to be floating in the bottle. Students really love using the slow motion photography and video on their phones to capture this because it helps them go frame by frame to see what is happening. So, like I mentioned, water does really weird things, and other liquids as well, on the station. So this is actually a Canadian astronaut. His name is Chris Hadfield, and he did a series of videos during his time on the International Space Station, demonstrating different science concepts and what it is like living on the station. So in this one, he is looking at what happens when you wring out a wet washcloth. So I'm just going to kind of fast forward to where he actually starts showing that. So he's got a washcloth and he's applying water to the washcloth.
Okay, so here's a soaking wet washcloth. Get the microphone so you can hear me while I'm talking. And now let's start wringing it out. It's really wet.
So you can see here that the water is staying all around the washcloth.
It's becoming a tube of water. The water is all over my hands. In fact, it wrings out of the cloth into my hands. And if I let go of the cloth carefully, the water sort of has it stick to my hand. Okay, so the experiment worked beautifully. And the answer to the question is, the water squeezes out of the cloth, and then because of the surface tension of the water, it actually runs along the surface of the cloth and then up into my hand, almost like you had Jello on your hands or gel on your hand, and it'll just stay there. Wonderful moisture.
So this is just regular drinking water, but because of the lack of the effects of gravity, that water's surface tension takes over. So using a drop tower is another way that you can do this. So I skipped a slide. We built these. So as we were experimenting with microgravity, we wanted to look at different forces. So magnets are another interesting force because, again, when in free fall, without the influence of gravity, that influence of magnetism takes over. So this is just a wooden dowel rod with some magnets, and this is pictured in that center picture. So when the magnets are separated, right now they are pushing against each other, but the distance isn't changing much because gravity is still pulling them down. When you drop them, however, the force of magnetism takes over. So I want you to think for a second, what do you think would happen to this blue magnet? So right now they are repelling each other, so they're opposite poles. What do you think would happen to this blue magnet if I dropped it? And you can put your answers in the chat.
What do you think will happen to the blue magnet? Can you repeat the question?
Yes, so if we were to drop this, so the impact, the effects of gravity are not acting on these in the same way. The force of magnetism is going to take over. So what do you think would happen to this blue magnet? Okay, so I see one, and it will repel.
Someone says blue magnets will repel.
And that's exactly what we found. So because it will be getting a push and gravity is no longer pulling it down, if we take this wheel off the top so that it's open, what happens when we drop it is that this top magnet goes flying off because it has had just enough force in that direction, in that opposite direction, so you can pull in Newton's laws here as well, to go off. We've also just got some wooden discs here. And again, like we can look at if we separate them when we drop them, which is what I'm doing in this left picture, that they will stay the same distance. The other thing that we did was we took a box, and you can see it is now much more beat up than it was when I took this first picture, or this picture here on the right. And at one end, down here in the bottom end of the picture, is a camera that we set to slow motion. And you can see then we've got various things in here. These are some like water density toys. This one, so both of these are actually in there. They're covered in candle wax at the moment. But it's the liquid just kind of runs down the surface. Candles are interesting, and then as well as this bubble level. So again, liquids do weird things in microgravity, and that surface tension takes over. So if you look here, this picture on the right, this is a still from one of these drop tower boxes. So this was dropped off of a ladder. So you are seeing it while it is in free fall. So take just a second and kind of look at all of the different things going on there. So you have here, this is a bubble level. This is one of those water density toys, as well as a candle. So I'll give you just a second to make some observations. Would anyone like to share an observation in the chat?
Your video is not playing.
I hadn't hit play on the video yet, just on the picture.
Okay.
Thank you, though. I appreciate that. So the ones that I find, I think it's all interesting, but in this density toy, if you look at, there's little stair steps going down, and the red and green liquid aren't sticking directly to those steps anymore. They kind of stop and they form these perfect spheres. Whereas when they come down, this is a different one, but it's the same idea. They're more like flat blobs and not quite as spherical. The level, you can see the same idea. The bubble in the middle is more of a flat blob, whereas it becomes more spherical. Liquids like to, because that surface tension is taking over, they like to stick to the outside of their containers. And this is a major area of research for NASA and other space companies, because fuel tanks are hard to tell how much fuel is inside of there if it's stuck to the outside instead of sinking to the bottom where it can be measured like it is here on Earth. Now the video, you can see as it starts dropping, You can see how, and then you can see when it crashes into the ground. But as we start going, over here on the left is a different magnet toy. So there is a yellow magnet on top of a red magnet, and those are set to repel each other. You can see there's a density toy in the background with the liquid coming down, that bubble level, and then the candle. So if you look at the flame on the candle, it starts off pointing down and then it seems to go out. And that is not from the air moving around the candle. Fires work based on convection. So the warm air rises and the cooler air sinks. So that warm air rising in the flame is what pulls the flame up into that long flame that we expect to see on a candle. However, in space or in microgravity, convection doesn't happen the same way because that is a density-based phenomenon and it's based on gravity. So what's happening is that hot air, that gas that has already been burned, is not rising to the top, and that flame is essentially suffocating, and it will burn through the oxygen it has available to it. So you can see, like, by the time it hits the ground, that flame is almost out. And it's just barely burning. It's hard to see with that window in the background. So this can be set up with anything. My students wanted to look at some chemical reactions. So we put those in little containers and put them in here. Anything that you can drop, especially if you can put a camera on it, can become an investigation for your students because things behave differently in microgravity. And so it's interesting to get students to start thinking about their favorite games and their favorite toys and how those would behave differently in a microgravity environment. So that'll play one more time. Anything you can drop can become a science experiment. So it's a lot of fun. The students think it's a lot of fun to just start throwing stuff off of the roof or off of a ladder and just see what happens. We made a little bit of a mess, but we learned a lot in the process too. So that's some information on how you can teach about microgravity in your classroom. I will take questions if anybody has any.
If you have any questions, please use the chat. So I'm checking to see what questions there are.
Great.
What questions do you have? Laura is speaking. Lauren Parker, I beg your pardon. Lauren Parker. So she's speaking on microgravity in your classroom. How can you simulate microgravity environment in your classroom, right? These experiments, they are not things you need so much materials for, right, Lauren?
Correct. You can use what you have and see what happens. Mm-hmm. Some of our best ideas came from my students going, what if we did this? And then we tried it.
Okay, so someone says, I didn't understand the drop towers stuff. Can you go over it a little bit more?
Yes. So specifically, the ones that are pictured here on the screen right now, or the ones with like the stick.
Yes, this one.
This one. Okay, so this one is, it's just, this is the box we were using. So the idea here is that you just have somewhere that can hold everything in one place so that the camera can capture it. We used a small, almost like a GoPro style camera. I don't have it sitting over here on my desk anymore. You can also use a cell phone. I would recommend you have a very soft place for it to land if you are putting your cell phone in there. We used, this is Velcro that we used to hold everything in place. And then we dropped it onto like an inflatable, ours was an old like swimming pool float. So just any sort of cushion that you have would work. And so you just drop it, and then the camera captures everything that happens inside the box, which is what you're looking at here. So let me go back to the picture where, so you can see the inside of the box there. So the camera is what's capturing everything that's happening while it's in free fall. So the higher you can go, the longer something will be in free fall and the more time you will have in microgravity. So the more, if you can drop it off of a roof, or you can see I had a really tall ladder that we dropped it off of. NASA has some drop towers that are, you know, hundreds of feet tall, and they can achieve a couple seconds of microgravity. From off of a building, you can expect, like if it's 1 story, just under a second of microgravity, which is why that slow motion camera feature does come in handy. If you don't have that feature, you can just record a video and just use the pause feature to help you see what's happening in that split second that everything is falling.
Awesome.
But the idea behind a drop tower is just making things fall and recording what happens as they are falling.
Okay, fantastic. Someone is asking here, how can we relate this idea of microgravity to real life situations?
So
you get that?
The real life situations would be anytime anyone is falling. So if they have ever, you know, jumped off into like into water, like in that feeling when they are jumping off, or the big one though, the big real life situation would be to astronauts on the space station, which is also a benefit then to doing scientific research, and why living in space is harder on the human body. And it helps students understand what it is the astronauts are going through in space.
Another question, is microgravity space science related to math?
To math, is that what you said?
Yes,
it absolutely can be. So if you pull in the angles of the parabolic flight, this is not something I specifically covered with my students, but there is a lot of information out there about the math of this, because it does involve angles, because also on these flights, if they change the angles just slightly, we can achieve lunar gravity, which is 1/6 of the Earth's gravity. So it still feels like you're under the influence of gravity a little bit, but it's way different. It feels like you're just kind of bouncing around. but they can also achieve Martian gravity. So they can give the experience of different gravity fields by changing those angles.
How can I integrate microgravity in teaching physical education?
So I think in physical education, you know, one really fun way that I've done it with my students, in partnership with our physical education teacher, is thinking about their favorite sports. And how would those sports have to change if we wanted to play them in microgravity? And then there are actually some videos online. They are on YouTube. They're probably under Toys in Space, but it actually looks at different sports in space. And I can find those links and send those to you too. Okay.
How can we relate microgravity in teaching business studies?
In business studies? Is that what you
Yes.
said?
Yes.
I would recommend you look at the company called Zero G, just as it is here on this screen. They have a very large business around zero G flights that they use not only for research, but also for entertainment purposes. They have a very active social media presence. So you could pull that in and looking at marketing and why they have such a unique service that they offer. They are the only company in the US that offers these flights. I believe there is one in Europe, but I don't know about anywhere else. But I do know they are the only one in the US.
Okay, how does microgravity affect tap water?
Tap water, if you're thinking about like the water itself, water would not flow out of the tap. You would open it and nothing would happen. The water itself would just form spheres and kind of bubble together or stick to whatever it's on. Very similar to how we saw with the washcloth video, where Chris had water all just stuck to his hands because water will stick to anything. If it's as far as the like impurities or like the quality of the water, that I don't know.
During launching of rockets, what is the measure of microgravity?
So as the rocket is going up, it's actually going to be experiencing a higher G-force, depending on how fast the rocket's going. But once that rocket starts falling, then it would be experiencing microgravity. So it's the free fall. So once it starts coming back down, that's when you could achieve that microgravity effect.
This person says, during launching of rockets, what is the measure of microgravity? Like, what is
the launch itself, there is not microgravity. It would actually be an increase in gravity, or the effect of gravity because of that push back. Once they get into space and begin orbiting, and they get, kind of, or in that parabolic flight kind of going over the parabola, that is when the microgravity would happen. And then on accelerometers, the G-force would say 0. Sometimes there's very slight gravity, again, kind of as the angles get worked out. But even looking at companies like Blue Origin, who are now flying suborbital flights. Those are essentially one giant parabola because they are able to get up higher, which is how they achieve a little bit longer period of microgravity.
How can I integrate microgravity in information, communication, and technology?
I think the best way to do it there would be to look at what NASA and other organizations are researching on the International Space Station, and then communicating out that research. There are medical breakthroughs, there are material science and technology breakthroughs that are happening in space because of the microgravity environment. There are a lot of things that can be done in space that can't be done on Earth.
How can I use microgravity in teaching English studies?
In English, you can have students read about some of the different things, again, that are happening on the space station, about zero-G flights. They can write about it. They can imagine what they would do on a zero-G flight and write about that. So incorporating that reading and writing would be the big one there.
What are the effects of microgravity? What effects does microgravity bring to education in general?
To education in general, it helps create a sense of wonder. It's something so different than what we experience here on Earth every day. And helping kids think critically about how gravity affects them and everything they do really gets them thinking in a new way.
Thank you, Lauren.
You are welcome. Thank you, Lubanke. This was fun. Thanks for having me.
My colleagues, they are just exceptional beings. I'm learning a whole lot. The questions won't stop coming in, but we are really behind time. And we have to just take one last question. Can you spare us one last question?
Yes, absolutely.
Asking, how can we relate it in teaching geography? How can we relate it in teaching geography?
That's a tricky one. The first thing that kind of comes to mind in geography is looking at where areas are more populated and even where there's a lot of air travel. So when I flew on the zero-G plane, we flew out of Florida, but we had to go out over the ocean to be able to fly in our parabolic flight pattern because there couldn't be any other planes around as this plane is going through the sky like this. So yeah, I would say kind of in terms of where would it be safe to do something like this, where there wouldn't be as much air travel.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much, Lauren. I enjoyed this presentation. Like, I've been blown away over and over and over. Thank you so much. And I am my distinguished colleagues, can we please give Lauren Parker a round of applause? Give her loves, likes, react, just show your gratitude. She really took our time to answer the questions. Thank you so much for your time with us. We had a blast. Thank you, Lauren.
You're welcome.
You.
Thank you.
So I'll see you more around.
Absolutely.
Cheers.
Cheers.
All right. Distinguished teachers, noble colleagues, it's that part of the meeting where we come to bond and calm down a little. We've been working hard all day. I want to thank you for your patience, for your commitment to your own personal development and professional development. I want to thank you for engaging. Your questions, if you are asking these kind of questions, you can imagine the kind of questions even your students will be asking. And don't worry, we are here to support you. We are here to support you. We want to work with each other to ensure that our students get the best. So it's now that time where we unwind and relax and reflect on what we've been doing in the past couple of throughout today. So I want someone to volunteer to, not just one person, both on the YouTube and in the oh, this is lovely. Yes. So I want you to share your key takeaways as we round up. I want you to share your key takeaways. How many speakers did we have today? Erica Sheffield. Erica Sheffield is talking about the technology of Tinkercad, but we won't be able to take that because we need to round up and then move on to other things. But I'd like you to share your key takeaways during today's training. For how many speakers have we had so far today? How many speakers? Who's talking? Who's typing? See my notes. I've been writing. I was writing until my hands were like, well, let me just listen. And just, so who are the speakers we have had today? Mention them. Mention them. I believe you are putting them in the comments. Mention their names. And what did they talk about? What stood out for you? What hit you differently? Did you notice a common trend, a common language in everything they were all talking about? What was that? Agunbiekun. Agunbiekun. Ha! Ekun. Thank God. So let's talk about those things. 5. Laura. I'm going to say Laura. Erica's video, I may just upload it and send the link so you can take that afterwards. But we can't do that now. So mention them. What stood out for you? What stood out for you? I'm sure that you now understand how to do critical thinking. So the first person was Mrs. Titilope Oguntuga. Yes. Yes. And the second person, who was the second person? Laura. Dear colleagues in the Zoom class, the people on the YouTube channel, they are beating you to it. Mrs. Titilope, Dr. Adewale. We have a few ways though, a few bambas. A few bambas. Yes, I'm with you. Yes. Okay, fine. So what did they say that you are personally taking to your class? What did they say? Mr. Ogun, what is this? Ogun KM. Who is Mr. Ogun KM? It's not packet too. It's not packet. So someone is asking, can you kindly share the information that they come in as links? So I'll make the links available on the group, and you can click it and view. Of course, I'll still also ask for their permission to make the link to their presentation available. Yeah. Some are just view only, so they make, in fact, that's these things, they are very heavy, so they just give you the link and you can view it. So it will be easier to put it on the platform, on the WhatsApp platform, as I've shared some, but it takes a bit of a time for me to get around to everything. But as soon as I am able to, I would put the links, because I want you to be empowered. You don't have any excuse. Those ones that are not links, that I can just share without having to use links. I'll put it on the WhatsApp platform. People registered, and they are on the WhatsApp platform. So yes, let me take out time to read some of the things they are saying here. Lauren, someone here says, yeah. So I'll take it one after the other. Critical thinking and problem solving. That's a common one. Critical thinking and problem solving. That's Akode Oluwabumi says critical thinking and problem solving is a common thing, every one of them. So that question of how will I teach them to critically think, I think it has been answered, right? Then Mrs. Titilope Oguntuga, okay. Laura Braun talked about space education using limited resources. Odu Rashida says that. Laura Braun talked about space education using limited resources. Then Omolola from Dr. Kayode Adewale says, I am encouraged to practice hydroponic farming with my students. I am an agri science teacher. Omolola, if you are hearing me, Meredith, tomorrow she will be talking about hydroponics. I'm bringing Meredith. Meredith is going to be talking about, in fact, let me see how many of you will be paying attention. I'm just going to say some things, yeah, and let me recap, various topics. Casey Hines, the executive director of the Limitless Space Institute, she talked about integrating space science into existing subjects. That was the topic of her presentation, integrating space science into existing subjects. Erica Sheffield, she's a Brazilian. She has a video that she has sent to me on accelerating learning with Thinker Card technology. So we are talking a lot about technology here, critical thinking, problem solving, solution provision, right? So in this age, if you are not leveling up with technology, oh no, please, you are sleeping on a bicycle. Mrs. Titilope Oguntuga talked about education for a sustainable future, empowering teachers, inspiring innovators. Education for a sustainable future, empowering teachers, inspiring innovators. Dr. Kayode Adewale talked about using technology to teach space science. I will send the timestamp of that video to you on WhatsApp. And I would also put it on I'll pin it on the YouTube channel too. I'll pin the information so you can watch it and see how you can use technology to teach space science. Then Laura talked about using space education using limited resources. Olayinka Adeosun talked about space and sustainability. Space and sustainability, all these concepts, they help you to intertwine and weave in critical thinking, problem solving, and creativity. These are 21st century skills. So as you are watching this training, as you are taking this training, it's giving you ideas that you can take back to implement in your classrooms. So it's not a question of how do I do this? The question of how do you do it is already answered through the ways the speakers have been talking. So you also need to be creative, throw it out to the students, paint scenarios, bring situations. For those of you who are English teachers, there's a training that Antonio is an English teacher for 40 years. His own timestamp too. I think, I'm not sure if I had made it available, but if not, I'll post it, right? Then Olayinka Adeosun talked about space and sustainability. Lauren just talked about teaching microgravity. Tomorrow, Meredith will be talking about incorporating STEM and space in different subjects. We'll also be talking about hydroponics, right? We also have Jenny McCall, who'll be talking about light but strong engineering design challenge. We have Mrs. Rashidat Ademosu. Mrs. Rashidat Ademosu is also a basic science teacher for JSS, Junior Secondary School, Ebadelaja. She won the microgravity experiments competition for Nigeria. I will be telling you more about her profile. And then we will be having introduction to astronomy by Professor Dr. Lucas T. Picanso, integrating space science into biology teaching by our brother Abraham Ngobiri, the Enugu State Champion for Martina Teacher of the Year. We are going to have that tomorrow. And, you know, it's really bumper packed. So moving on, Alaja Olarunke says, Lauren Parker on microgravity. Yes, space education and resources at our disposal to teach our classes are common talks from all the speakers. The resources are at our disposal. Let's not make excuses. Let's not say, I don't have money. Let's not say, who will give me the money? When that guy who won the $1 million US for Global Teacher Prize, when he was doing so many projects like that, I'm sure he was not saying who will do this, who will do that. You can even reach out to communities. You can have collaborations just like I am doing. If I was to pay these people, I would not be able to afford it. That's the truth. I'll not be able to afford it. But we collaborate, we use the resources at our disposal. That's what Alaja Olarunke is saying. Another said, Lauren Parker took me through the wonders of space science. She gave examples of hands-on sessions for my students. So hands-on, you know, what happens in microgravity? How can you simulate it here on Earth? How can you bring it to life in your own classroom here on Earth? That's what Lauren Parker has done, and somebody says that helps her. Then I learned DIY in classrooms. Do it yourself. That's do it yourself. I learned do it yourself in classrooms. and I will practice them in the classroom when we resume next week. Mr. Alanka said there is no water and soil in space, and they manage to plant. Yes, there's no, and you know, 3 things are crucial for us as humans. We need food, we need water, we need energy. Remember, Laura was teaching us how to do a particular kind of game that we will assign our students into groups of 5. Even if you have, I teach a class of over 100 students. In fact, I didn't know that students 100 plus in science class. So in my own, before I usually thought that science classes are the least populated, but in today's, what I have now, I have over 100 in science class, and I put them into groups, and I make sure it goes rounded. Even if the 80 minutes that I'm going to use for those 2 periods, if it is not going to go round, I'll tell those that have not been able to reach to come to the lab, or we schedule a free time that is mutually agreeable between us, so that they too can come. In fact, when they see other groups participating and doing that activity, they will not let me rest. They will come with their group members, and it's always a case of first come, first serve. Because if I'm not in the lab, if I'm away in class doing another round, because I can't bring all the 100 plus into the lab, you understand? So we have to be flexible. We have to try to work with what we have and not leave any child behind. That's my own goal. And I tell all the 100 plus, I'm not going to leave any one of you behind. All of you must succeed and excel in Jesus' name. So that's a challenge. Take it back to class. See, teachers, you are doing marvelous things. In fact, your work in nation building, you don't know the role that God has committed into your hands to play. Because in those students lie gold mines that are waiting to be tapped, potentials that need to be nurtured and help them to maximize their potentials. Are you with me? So I am also learning from what you are saying, that when there is no water and there's no soil in space, that's a problem. Take it to them. Ask, what things can we do to solve that problem? How can we make food in space when there is no water and when we can't use soil? Somebody would have thought about it to probably be a student. Many of these our students and colleagues or abroad, they see what their students also do, and we want to also bring our students up to par. So take that question to the class. As an agri science teacher, as a geography teacher, soil, there is something about soil in geography too. There's something about, look at that topic. In fact, that's one of the things we did in the last training. I actually asked the teachers, are you with me? Are you listening to me? I asked the teachers by their various subjects to come up with presentations that integrate space science into any topic of their choice. Did you get that? You can do that too. So it depends on the topic. It's not all the topics that you may need to use space science, but you can actually find something around space science for that topic of when you look at your scheme of work. Okay, so I believe there's space for every subject, even in space science. There's space for every subject. Even in history, there's a Logan Jaren. The recording is already there. We are recording this live, and it's so that when you miss something due to network fluctuations, or because you were logged out at a particular point in time, or because you had to go and do something like Muslim folks had to go and pray, you can still come back to the recording and still watch it and get ideas on how to do it. So to answer the questions, for many people who are saying, how do I integrate space science into my subjects? From all that we have talked about, as someone, you two, you are smart people, you are intelligent, you are exceptional. I tell you, I kid you not, and I'm not psyching you. The kind of questions I'm seeing here, I'm like, wow, see our wonderful teachers. So look at the topic in your scheme of work and see where it can bring space science into it and create a lesson on that. And let's see whether we get a winning lesson. Okay. Yeah. And I've already started sharing some lesson plans on WhatsApp. I've started sharing some lesson plans. Then what else do we have? Mrs. Titilope Oguntuga said, the future of Nigeria depends on the students' success for brighter tomorrow. Wonderful. Thank you, Olurin Oluwaseyi, for saying that. Okay. I was actually struck on the so Omolola says, I was actually the fact that water looks like gel when squeezed in the atmosphere of microgravity, that's fascinating. We also were fascinated by these things when we first saw them. Then Olajumoke says, my take is on Mr. Olayinka Adeosun, space and sustainability, to inform the students to learn how to convert all waste materials at home and in their neighborhood into useful materials. I was sharing that story with you yesterday. Please, distinguished noble colleagues, take time to check out the Sustainable Development Goals, all the Sustainable Development Goals. Just Google Sustainable Development Goals. There are 17 of them. You see that all these SDGs, they all have a place in space. Then, Modinot says common thread among speakers is that we should use critical thinking methods among our students. We should also encourage students to be innovative. Yes, you are right. Recycling of waste to useful resources. I learned a lot with many takeaways, but add the most of it with microgravity. Omolola. Okay, who else do we have here? Let me see. Okay. Okay. If you can get a PDF of all, yes, we are working on it. The PDF, for those that have PDF, you get PDF. For those that are very heavy, you get the links. We want to make sure that you are empowered. You will not have any excuse. Even NASA website, go to NASA website, just Google NASA. You will see see enough because it's plenty, but just like Adeola Akinshulure mentioned yesterday, leverage on AI too. The way you will write your prompts. Olalekan Adeko, he has taught teachers how to use AI, and we don't want this thing to be overwhelming for you. So don't worry, you will get access to all this information. Okay. So yes, technological innovation in raising future generations. Mercy Tebu. You sabi English, oh. You sabi English. See the English, say you won't come on my tito. Technological innovation in raising future generations. Microgravity, space technology. Check that out. Mercy Tebu, wonderful. See Mr. Babalola Ahmed. Mr. Babalola, you know we have unfinished business in our Mr. Babalola. He said, I learned from you personally that if you want to do anything, don't put money first. Start first. Don't put money first. That's heartwarming. So I'm coming back to my Zoom class now. How does this relate to the teaching of English language technology? Yes, for microgravity, I don't get it. Okay, so for English language, she mentioned it. Maybe you will still watch the video, writing stories, or they have to write comprehension passage, read passages, comprehension, everything we are doing, even in our communication, we need to use English, right? So talking about writing stories, comprehension passages and all that has a place, but not specifically microgravity, maybe other or writing about the microgravity phenomenon when it comes to do with writing. I think it applies in English language. We can use it to teach renewable and non-renewable energy. Renewable and non-renewable energies in chemistry. I have taught that, yes. So now, I'm back here now. I want to take your feedback on today's training. I want to take your feedback. I've been taking feedback from those so I need 5 people to give a, talk about, I want your feedback on today's training, so that 5 volunteer teachers, they are going to turn on your video if you can, and if you cannot, it's also okay. So 5, I'm going to take 5 of you to respond. Please raise your hand if you want to, so that I can assign number to you and we can round up today. Okay, so I see Abeni in here, Adebayo, Agumbiekun, Ajala, Alakitsonbanjo. Okay, so who are the 5 volunteers? I need your feedback. Feedback. Do you want to give feedback? You want to share comments? People on the what's it now? People on the YouTube, they are really give your feedback. Technological innovation, give your feedback. Yes, Banjo Deborah. Okay, Banjo Deborah is number 1. So I've asked you to unmute. Unmute. You can unmute now and speak. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. I don't know if everybody can hear me. Good afternoon. Should I go ahead to speak?
Yes, go on. I just started hearing you.
All right.
So
Today was
back on the training experience for you so far.
All right. So for me, this training is totally mind-blowing, because unlike the last one, frustrated at some points on getting the issue of the certification and the rest of it, and I was a little bit discouraged not to join. But believe you me, this time around, this training is totally mind-blowing. Like I cannot wait to get back to class. I cannot wait to share my experiences with my students, to let them in the world. So I just want to say thank you for these power-packed presentations. It's all
We are talking, we stopped
mind-blowing. Like I've learned quite a lot for this opportunity. Okay, so I just want to say thank you for this opportunity that you have given to us, and we pray that this opportunity will not be put to waste in Jesus' name.
Amen.
So I just want to say thank you.
Beyond certificates, we can get certificates, but then we it was stated that for this particular for the last one, a huge number of teachers did not meet their requirements as was stated and given to them. So those who met, who turned in all that they were asked to do, they have been given their certificates. Those who didn't do what they were asked to do are the ones who didn't get their certificates. And that's because when we ourselves are going back to class to do group work, to get our students to do certain tasks, and their certificate is the marks we award them. If they don't do the tasks we have given to them, they will not get the marks there. And in this case, it's just like that. So for those who do not submit and do all their tasks, they are the ones who didn't get the certificate. But those who completed it within the time deadline given, they have gotten their certificates. Okay, so this time the task is about space clubs. So those who we would send a form out for you to indicate your interest in leading space clubs. When we see your activity, there are criteria that will be satisfied, and then you will be awarded the certificates to prove that you have been working in that regard. But then the information on that will be communicated later on. Yes, anybody else giving their feedback? By 4:20, we'll be rounding up. So I want your feedback. Let me see. Can you raise your hand or just chat me to let me know you want to speak? If you want to speak, I want you to talk. Don't let me be the only one talking. Okay. Right. Okay, so let's take our group picture in the absence of any further. Yes, we need to take our group pictures. Are you willing to turn on your phone, your camera? Let me see your beautiful faces, your beautiful and handsome faces. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. So we are going to take the picture now, and we will do pepper them. For those who didn't join us live, we do pepper them, Bolanle pepper them. Why did they even use Bolanle? Why did they use Bolanle? Why did they not use Mary, for instance? Mary pepper them. Let me unmute everybody so that, oh, sorry. Mo ṣáà ní gbogbo yóò sọ̀rọ̀, kí ló dé? Okay. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n, ẹ má bínú, ẹ dẹ̀ sọ fún mi. Ó yẹ unmute báyìí.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, thank you, ma. We love you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, ma.
You are the best.
Thank you, ma. Thank you, ma. I've learned and I've learned.
To the Lord. We give God all the glory for the life
Amen.
and the health to do this. This morning, my body was aching. I didn't want to stand up. I was so tired. But I thank God for the strength.
Thank you.
Hey. Anybody else want to say anything? Some people just enter the waiting room. Okay, let me meet them so that they can be part of the.
Thank you, ma. Thank you, ma. Thank you, ma.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma.
Bless you.
We appreciate.
Thank you so much, ma.
No, I'm not.
Thank
I
you,
wanted to
ma'am.
admit 3 people who came in so that they won't miss. Sorry.
I'm on
Thank
the
you,
road.
ma.
Let me wait.
See, Mrs.
Thank
Fiyomi.
you, ma. Thank you.
Sorry, I'll get back to
Thank you, ma.
To God be the glory. Ma, sir?
Yeah. Somebody will come and help.
Don't
worry, don't rush.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, somebody will come and help.
All right, sir.
It's Saturday.
Okay, sir. Ibo de láti máa admit wọn yìí báyìí mi máa tún rí. Oh God. Mo ṣáà lè sọ Yorùbá mi.
Wọ́n ní kí n hàn ní
Àgbọ̀ Yorùbá.
Yorùbá.
Àgbọ̀ o. Èké la gbọ́.
Ṣé Jẹ̀bú ni kí n sọ fún yín? Ẹ̀wẹ̀ so.
Ẹ̀wẹ̀ so.
Kídẹ̀ ṣe.
Ọmọ
Kẹ́
Yèmí.
sọ̀rọ̀. Kẹ́ sọ̀rùn kúrún. Kídẹ̀ ṣe.
Okay.
Wẹ́ sọ̀rùn kúrún.
Ẹ sọ Yorùbá.
How do I turn on my camera? Ọmọ Yèmí ẹ sọ Yorùbá.
Ẹ sọ Yorùbá.
Adébáyọ̀. Adébáyọ̀ sí.
Àbí ẹ fẹ́ kí mi náà máa sọ ìkálẹ̀ ni.
Àbí o. Mr. Adébáyọ̀. Ilé Yèmí o. Báwo ni iṣẹ́ wa parí?
Ìdálẹ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ subject yẹn o.
Akúṣẹ́ náà.
Ilé pé yìí.
Mr. Adébáyọ̀ báwo ni máa tán kámẹ́rà mi náà?
Ẹ lọ sí ẹ jẹ́ àyà fọ́tò.
Àmì tí tán kámẹ́rà hàn o.
Ẹ má kàn kílíkì kíní fídíò yẹn.
That video icon.
That video icon. Ẹ kàn kílíkì ẹ̀.
Okay, mo ti ṣe. Bàmú dání.
Tó dẹ̀ ti come up.
Mo ti ṣe.
Awesome.
Alájà.
This waiting room.
Ẹ tún láì dán nínú.
Ó ti rẹ̀ mí ni.
Sílẹ̀ ni.
Ẹ jẹ́ program gan o.
Èmi ni látàárọ̀.
At last.
At last o.
Agúnbíẹ̀kùn.
Agúnbíẹ̀kùn. Ẹ̀kùn ọkàn. Mi ò rí bí admit àwọn pípù yẹn o. Mi ò rí bí mo ṣe ń wa látẹ̀ẹ̀kan. Ok, mo ti wá rí. Admit all.
Ẹ ti rí ojú ìdílé o.
Zababalọ́lá Ahmed ti ń wọlé bọ̀. Zababalọ́lá fẹ́ wá dì mú lọ́rùn fún certificate. Àwọn èèyàn yóò sọ nǹkan tó yẹ kó submit. Baby Zababalọ́lá ń rí mi. Ṣé kí wọlé?
Please let's know when you are ready so that we can open our teeth.
Àwọn 6 people tí mo admit yẹn ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń wọlé ni. Tí n bá ti rí wọn, àmọ́ kan ti wọlé.
Wọ́n ti wọlé. Nọ́mbà yìí ti increase.
Ẹ ti rí náà.
21.
Àwọn 6 people yẹn náà ni. A ti rẹ́ẹ̀dì ẹgbẹ́ close ilé. Ọmọ Nàìjíríà rere là wà. Àwa àmì máa sọ èdè déédéé. Okay. Yàrá àwọn tó fẹ́ san fídíò wọn àbí ká tèkẹ̀. Ẹ̀sọ́ níbi tẹ bá ti rẹ́dí o, fóònù ti ń kúlẹ̀ mẹ́wàá.
We are ready.
We are ready.
Yes, ma, we are ready.
We are ready.
Has it been taking?
Yes, I'm taking one. I've taken one.
Okay.
Take one more. What is this? WhatsApp. Okay. One more.
Take me.
Yes. Just take it. No.
Christiana, let me see your teeth.
You know, I'm a motor, so Mary.
2, 1. All right, bye everyone.
Chat to take you in the platform.
You are not the only Alaja. I'm Alaja.
Okay.
You are not the only Alaja.
Yes, ma.
Is it because I did not cover it?
Alaykum salam, ma.
The meeting has ended.
All right, okay. Thank you, ma.
Bye.
See you tomorrow, ma. Bye, ma.
Bye.
Prospering our life. Ajipe o. Ami o.